Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on Wednesday the 2nd of August. What's going on, Chris? There's an echo, is that? Oh, okay. Right. Apologies about that. So other members of the committee, I'll let them introduce themselves from my right-hand side. Councillor.
Dave Bedram from Romsey.
Katie Thornborough, Petersfield.
Sam Carling, West Chesterton. David Levine, Trumpington.
Katie Porra, Market Ward.
Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Thank you, councillors. And officers permanently at the table for this meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard, and Producer Chris Connor. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. And for those present in the room, they're also to my right-hand side, over there on a chair, on paper. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan, and also refer to the item numbers, please, for people like me using computers, because I don't have page numbers. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Excuse me. Please ensure that you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that they do not interrupt proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA request. That's Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you are invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the adjourned decision protocol. Where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation, the decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So item 2 on the agenda is apologies. I think we've got apologies from Councillor Dryden. That's it, isn't it? Because we're all here otherwise. Yes. So that's that. And nobody could take his place, could they? So, no. Agenda item 4, minutes of the last meeting. Can I sign those as a true record? I've looked at them. Anyone else? Yes, thank you very much, councillors. I missed one. Declarations of interest. Apologies. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Bajent.
I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, or Cambridgeshire Cycling Campaign, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I live next to St Matthew's Piece and I spoke on behalf of the residents regarding the previous tree application.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Porrer.
Thank you. For the major item 5, I will not participate in debate or vote as I have family members who live immediately adjacent and as further major, so I will sit to the side for that one. And just to note, item 6 relates to housing pods. I am on housing committee, but as these are not city council ones, my discretion is unfettered. But just to note that, thank you.
Thank you for making all that clear, councillor. Good. Okay, so moving on. Declaration of interest. So minutes. Do we have the minutes here for the last meeting for me to sign somewhere? Right, that's done. Next is the first item of the day. So just before we do that, Toby is just going to say something about some items in the agenda which are recommended for withdrawal. Toby.
Thank you, Chair. So there are 3 items on the agenda which are now recommended by officers for withdrawal for consideration at this planning committee. Those are items 7, 13 and 14. Item 7 is 25 Devonshire Road. That is recommended to be withdrawn from consideration due to an error in a consultation document for a key neighbour to that site. Items 13 and 14, which relate to the tree works applications, are recommended to be withdrawn to allow further time for member briefing and for technical issues to be addressed by the trees team. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Toby. So can I take that on the nod from all councillors, or do you want to vote on any one of those items at all? We have the prerogative to go against the officer recommendation and hear an item if we wish to. But Councillor Carling, you want to speak?
Yeah, essentially, I'm a bit concerned about the tree applications being withdrawn just because there has been so much contact to us from residents about it, and I think it would be at least courteous for us to have a brief discussion about the first one, if that's at all possible, just so at least there's something there rather than just a blanket, no information, because there's clearly a huge amount of interest about that one.
Yeah, you make a good point, Councillor. When you say the first one, do you mean Devonshire Road?
The St Matthew's Piece trees.
That's St Matthew's, okay. What sort of conversation were you hoping to have?
Really just one about the process about it, because there's a few questions I had that just relate to the order in which things have been done and sort of alternative options that have been explored, and sort of where there's bits in the report that say it's sort of this has been looked at, but there's no further detail, and I'd like a bit further detail.
Yeah, still on? Yeah. I'm going to ask Toby to explain the process more fully in a moment, and if he doesn't answer any of the questions you have outstanding, we'll come back to you, okay? Councillor Thornbury, you wanted to say something as well?
I thought we had been informed about 25 Devonshire Road earlier, and I also thought that the council had already said about the tree preservation, the 2 tree applications. And I think actually knowing in advance is so much better for us as committee members and as people who might come to speak. Making the decision at this committee, I feel, is too late. And I don't actually recall in the past being asked this in the committee when applications have been withdrawn. Sometime I remember coming at 10 o'clock for the start of a committee recently, and an application had been withdrawn. We haven't been informed, and we waited to 11 to start the committee. But I think it is much better for the officers to and the chair to take the decision in advance of the committee. But I support this recommendation now.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor. Councillor Bajent, you wanted to say something as well?
Thank you. In similar vein to both the other councillors, I agree with what they've said. I think that the idea of a matter being withdrawn by the officer, supported by the chair, and maybe, if possible, the vice chair and spokes, would be a good idea, because that prevents us expecting something and preparing for something possibly. And I'd also like to make a plea to the people that write to me with emails. I really appreciate getting emails from residents, I really do. But I've had over 100 on this issue, all in a very, very similar vein. Now, I'm not objecting to them sending them to me, because they're more than willing to able to do that. What I must say is I cannot comment on the email as a member of the planning committee, and that would apply to everybody here. If I comment, then I am not able to sit on that planning committee. And maybe, given so many people are concerned about this, they may be better, because it's going to come back, forming a petition rather than writing to each of us individually. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for those thoughts. So, Toby, can you respond to all of those councillors, all of us, but especially Councillor Carling, who I think want to know more about the process of withdrawing items and who's responsible for that?
Thanks, Chair. So, I mean, it's long-standing convention in terms of the operation of the planning committee that once an item is on an agenda, it is only the committee's decision then to agree to its withdrawal from consideration following an amendment to the officer recommendation. I think, Councillor Thornborough, it's a kind of pertinent point that you raise as to whether or not the council could, or the committee could, consider a change to process to allow chair to make an earlier decision on the matter, but we'd probably have to take some legal advice as to whether or not that is possible. I did mention in my brief overview that certainly for St Matthew's Centre and the Tree Works application, that officers are minded to provide a fuller briefing on the application and the tree issues surrounding that, together with potentially some training around how the council needs to deal with tree works applications. And I spoke to Matthew McGrath about this yesterday, so I think it would be more appropriate that we do not enter into any form of debate in relation to that item, and that a briefing takes place as soon as possible to look at the key issues that arise from that particular proposal. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Toby. So if that's okay with everyone, we'll withdraw all those items from the agenda, yep, and they'll come back to a future meeting of this committee. Councillor Bennett.
Apologies, Chair. I support withdrawing the item. However, can we have an assurance that it will come back to a future public committee meeting if the applicant continues and not be decided behind closed doors?
Well, closed doors isn't something that we support in this council, so all meetings will be transparent and in public. But Toby, do you want to answer that specific question, please?
Chair, thanks. I think the intention is that the application will come back to the tree applications will come back to the September planning committee.
Thanks, Toby. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I think I understand the need not to enter into a debate, but I do have a couple of questions that I would like to be answered if possible that don't really verge into debate. And is it okay if I ask those questions?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Essentially, when I said I was concerned or confused about the process, the application, especially in the responses to the third-party representations, there's a section that says, officers would welcome the use of underpinning or root barriers by the tree owners and or applicant to avoid the need for removals. And I guess I'm just concerned that an application's come in to fell the trees almost before we've looked at those alternatives, and I think it would be helpful if the committee had a bit more information. 2 paragraphs down, there's one line that says, among things that have already been done, it says a possible installation of a root barrier has been explored. But I don't find any more detail about that throughout the report, and I would be interested to know sort of what the outcome of that exploration was, almost. I think that would be particularly helpful, and even better if sort of these things could be looked at before the application comes back. And I know it's awkward because those things are not part of the planning process, and it would be having to go to other aspects of the council. So it's not an easy issue, and I recognise that, but really I think it would just be much better if we could be looking at the alternatives before we make a decision, if that's possible. But that's essentially the point. But the question was just, I'd like to know more about what the result of exploring the potential of a root barrier, what that came up with. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So as far as I'm aware, when the item comes back to this committee, a new report will be prepared and those questions and many others will be addressed. But I'll leave that to Toby to confirm that. Toby.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. I'm aware of those two issues. You'll see from the amendment sheet that the tree officer has addressed a number of technical issues, which are rather late in the day. I would very much hope that they would be incorporated into a much fuller report when that comes back to the September committee, and those two issues can be explored as part of the briefing that officers are offering to members as well. Thank you.
Or are you content with that response, Councillor Carlin?
Yes, essentially, I guess the only other thing is we now have a month, essentially, until this comes back. Can more analysis, if necessary, be done on the alternative before the next meeting, if it's needed?
Firstly, we normally say items come back to a later meeting of this committee. It has been said that it could be September, but I wouldn't guarantee that necessarily. Secondly, I couldn't quite hear what your question was.
Sorry, my question was essentially, now that there's another month before this comes back, I was mentioning before about it would be better if we had more information about the alternatives, and ideally if there is an alternative, that it could perhaps have been put together in advance. And I wonder if we could just do a bit more analysis on that, really, is the question.
Well, I mean, I better leave that to Toby to respond to, but remember that when an item comes to committee, we look at what's on the table in front of us. We don't design schemes here. We might possibly tweak them a little bit, but we don't design schemes, so they're not our schemes, they're the applicant's scheme, and we consider that. But Toby?
Thanks, Chair. I can certainly raise it with the tree officers. I know there is scope with Tree Works applications to grant alternatives to matters that have been proposed, but in this case the proposal is the complete kind of removal of those 3 trees, so there is no kind of reasonable kind of alternative to that in terms of the council's powers. As I understand it from speaking to Matt McGrath. So we can talk about those, but the council's scope, I'm pretty sure, when it comes to determination, it will be whether or not the removal of those 3 trees as applied for is acceptable.
Thank you very much, Toby. So just to be clear to residents listening, Matt McGrath is a senior agricultural officer, tree officer, let's say, and he works in the same department as the report's author, Joanna, who brought the report to committee but it's now been withdrawn. Was there another hand going up then? Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I'd also like to request that any officer who's presenting on this case are present in this chamber when the discussion takes place. And can I also ask that in the future that we have a meeting as the planning committee to discuss the presence of officers in this chamber? Because when something is online, it's always less clear than it might be, or could be less clear than it might be, should I put it that way? And I think it's really important on matters of real importance and controversy that the officers are actually present.
Yeah, thanks for those comments, Councillor. As you know, I'm a fan of meeting in person too. But with regard to specific comments, firstly, that's a management issue in terms of managing staff, and that's not for you to say what you want. I won't support you in that. But obviously committee could have a vote on that and demand it of staff, but I don't see that that can necessarily be the case, because there are several reasons why a member of staff might not be able to attend in person and might need to attend online. So I take your point, and I think that's one of those things that we, as you know, we have conversations every now and again with planning committee members about the protocols and logistics of running this committee. I think that will be a thing to bring up then, rather than in committee now when we're considering planning items and there are people waiting to speak. If that's okay with you, Councillor? Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, let's get on with the items then. So the first item of the day is item 5, Queen Edith's Way. Presenting Officer Mary Collins. So I think we're all good to go. So Mary, if you'd like to present the item then, please. I should have said speakers. So we've got Nick McManamy, objector, Vinay, objector, and Peter McEwen, agent. So those two objectors will share 6 minutes as previously agreed. So Mary, when you're ready, please.
Right, good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. I hope you can hear me okay.
Good morning, Mary. Yeah, I can hear you fine, thanks.
Okay, I'll just get my presentation ready. Right, I hope you can all see the presentation.
I'm afraid not, Mary. No, not yet. Something's gone wrong.
Oh dear, hang on.
I can see your little logo on the screen, but that's all, you know, your initials.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay.
That's it, we got it now.
Yeah, okay. All right, then I'll start my presentation. Okay, so the application site is situated on the northern side of Queen Edith's Way. 3 trees along the southwest boundary of the site have tree preservation orders on them. 11 Queen Edith's Way formerly comprised a detached dwelling and other buildings on site, and the previous use of the site and buildings there was as a care home. All the structures have now been removed and demolished down to foundation pads. The site is surrounded by adjacent dwellings and gardens on the north, east and west, and to the south in Queen Edith's Way. Members will recall a planning application was refused previously by the Planning Committee for the erection of 3 new buildings to provide 40 serviced apartments, together with hard and soft landscaping, basement car parking spaces, and associated infrastructure. A subsequent appeal against the decision has been allowed. This application that is being presented now seeks permission under section 73 to vary condition 2, which are the approved drawings, and this is to make amendments to the following. So the main aspect is the removal of the consented basement level and the associated infrastructure that was to be in the basement. So the basement was to be approximately here. The revised siting of the above ground bin enclosure, which was to be sited in the basement and is now proposed to be here. Revised site of plant room and enclosure and air source heat pumps, which are going to be here. There's going to be minor changes to the arrangement of openings to Block B. And as a result of these changes, amendments will be required to the wording of conditions 19, 25 and 34 of the original of the appeal decision. So the principle of the service departments has already been established and approved under the previous application, which was allowed on appeal. This is an extant permission which is implementable. The effect of the grant of a Section 73 permission is that a further permission is issued subject to the original time limiting condition and any applicable revised or removed conditions as such. There have been no significant changes in the policy framework or material circumstances in this case to suggest that the principle of the scheme or any other factors which go to the heart of this decision associated with the grant of that original permission should be reconsidered. So officers consider the original permission is a strong fallback position, and therefore it is reasonable to consider the alterations proposed as the key considerations in this case. So the planning practice guidance advises that there's no statutory definition of a minor material amendment, but is likely to include any amendment where its scale and its nature would result in a development that is not substantially different from the one which has been approved. So when an application under Section 73 is granted, the effect is to issue a new planning permission which would sit alongside the original permission, which would remain intact and unamended. So the main changes are to the basement area, but also to the layout of the site, and these relate to additional parking spaces alongside the eastern boundary of the site. These have been set away from the boundary to allow for a planted threshold to soften this edge and also to provide an appropriate level of protection between the parking and the planting. The proposed scheme without the basement area is not considered to be substantially different than the consented scheme. Details of the planting buffer and the acoustic fence alongside the boundary with 13 Queen Edith's Way will be required by condition 28. Overall, the development would retain its high quality design and would make a positive contribution to its surroundings. So the application has been subject to formal consultation with Cambridgeshire County Council Local Highway Authority, who raised an objection to the proposal subject to conditions. However, Highways did request justification for the reduction in the on-site parking provision through the loss of the basement from the consented 14 spaces to 7 spaces. So the consented car parking, as for hotels, required 1 space for every 8 guests, plus 1 space for every 2 members of staff. This was based on occupancy of 2 guests per room. And so this equated to 80 guests and 10 spaces required. There were 2 employees, and so this equated to the 14 spaces, with 5 being accessible. As I mentioned before, with the removal of the basement, 7 parking spaces would be lost. So the proposal now proposes 7 parking spaces, 2 of which would be blue badge spaces. So the car parking standards set out in Appendix L of the local plan are the maximum levels, referred to as no more than, of car parking that the council will permit. And so this level may be reduced where lower car parking use can reasonably be expected. So within the controlled parking zone, this should be 1 space per every 10 residents plus 1 space for every 2 members of staff. Outside the controlled parking zone, 1 space per every 8 residents and 1 space for every 2 members of staff is the maximum required. So the revised level of parking spaces has been justified by calculating the number of residents using an average occupancy of 1.5 people per room, as opposed to the consented scheme where it was 2 persons per room. So this would produce an absolute maximum occupancy of 60 residents. So these units could potentially also be occupied by more than 1 person, but if it is occupied by more than 1 person, it's likely these may be a family group who would potentially share a car if needed. So the staffing parking would equate to no more than 1 single space in the proposed scheme, because there would be only 1 member of staff on the site. So the development plan's parking standards for sites outside of a controlled parking zone with an occupancy of 60 residents would yield a requirement for a maximum of 8.5 car parking spaces. This would be 7.5 for residents and 1 for staff. As there is no on-street parking with double yellow lines along this stretch of Queen Edith's Way, the site could be considered as being within a controlled parking zone, and therefore 1 space for every 10 residents and 1 space for every member of staff would be required. So using this calculation, 6 spaces would be required for occupants or residents of the service departments and 1 space for staff, and hence this is the figure of 7 parking spaces. But outside of within the controlled parking zone, 8.5 car parking spaces would be required. So there would be a shortfall of 1.5 spaces. So given the location of the application site and the fact that the short-term occupancy, they're well located to serve Addenbrooke's and Cambridge Biomedical Campus. The shortfall of 1.5 spaces is considered by officers acceptable in this instance. The proposal, with its reduced amount of available off-street parking, is not considered to result in a high demand for parking on streets in the surrounding area, owing to the nature of the future occupants and their limited duration of stay. Any increased manoeuvring through the access as the residents have deliveries is not considered to be detrimental. The proposal also includes more parking spaces more cycle spaces from the approved scheme. So 44 were in the consented scheme and now 56 are proposed. So in terms of residential amenity, with regard to any detrimental loss of light, privacy or undue overbearing impacts, the proposed changes do not have any additional impact on neighbours than that of the consented scheme. A condition requiring the first floor side-facing windows. In the east and west elevations of Block B and in the east and west elevation of Block A will be attached as previous, and that's condition 35. The proposal differs from the consented scheme in that air source heat pumps are now proposed to be sited to the west of Block C2. The air source heat pumps are located in very close proximity to noise-sensitive receivers for the property here and properties here in Holbrook Road. The applicant, so neighbours have expressed concern regarding noise and disturbance from these air source heat pumps. The applicant has provided details of the typical acoustic enclosures which are likely to be implemented on site. The environmental health officers are satisfied that, subject to conditions, the proposal adequately respects the amenity of its neighbours and of future occupants. The consented refuse bin store was also within the lower ground floor of the basement. The bin store has now been reallocated to ground floor level and would be located alongside the side wall of 13 Queen Edith's Way. It would need to be constructed to recap guidance, and so officers considered the location of this refuse store would not be detrimental to the residential amenity of this property. The scheme for the service departments will be a managed facility, and condition 31 of the planning permission requires the submission agreement of a management plan regarding waste, including collection and where bins will be wheeled out to on collection days. So to sum up, it is considered that the scale and nature of the proposed minor material amendments would not result in a development that is substantially different from the one that has been approved. The proposed amendments are therefore considered to be within the remit of Section 73 application. And so officers are recommending approval. So thank you, Chair. That's the end of my presentation.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks very much. Very good. So speakers, so objectors first. So Nick and Vinay. The speaker, are you in the room or are you online? No? Online. Okay, hello.
Yeah, I'm online. I believe Vinay has sent a written response to be read out.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Nick. Okay. So if we've got that, then you don't need to be on the screen, but obviously you're welcome to listen in. So can that be read out, please, James?
Chair, I think Mr. Manamlee is going to speak, and then I have a statement from Vinay Kumar Reddy Kalu.
I see. So Nick, you have something to say apparently, and then Vinay has a statement to read out afterwards. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm happy to go first, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So it's 6 minutes in total. So I don't know how long yours will take. Is it about 3 minutes or something? Or?
I'll try to be brief,
Okay.
Chair.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Will you
Okay,
go
so,
ahead when you're ready?
I'm ready. So thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to speak on this application. Just for clarity, I'm the resident of 9 Queen Edith's Way, which is to the west of this development, and we have 5 objections for the committee to consider. Our first objection is the reduction in parking provision by using the criteria for a hotel within a controlled parking zone. Queen Edith's Way is not in a controlled parking zone by definition. Parking is freely available in the surrounding streets for at least half a mile. Of note, the planning inspector approved the original plans and stated the provision of 14 car parking spaces would comply with the standard for hotel use, and that there is nothing to suggest that this standard does not provide a reasonable guide to the number of car parking spaces required. In addition, we believe it's unreasonable to expect 5 parking spaces to be sufficient to service 40 apartments guests, plus staff, plus maintenance vehicles. Parking will be pushed to the surrounding uncontrolled streets and grass verges, impacting local residents, and hence this is the reason why the Highway Authority requested its application to be refused. Our second objection is the placement of car parking. The proposed parking is very prominent to 13 Queen Edith's Way with no mitigation plan to reduce noise and impact on residents. The proposed placement also places movement of cars and service vehicles in direct conflict with on-site guests, if you notice where the entrance to the hotel is expected to be. And objection 3, loss of privacy by moving the lift in Block B. By swapping the apartments and lift in Block B, the change will now give rise to a loss of privacy to 7 and 9 Queen Edith's Way, with transient guests having direct views into bedrooms, dining room, kitchen and garden area. Block B is a lot closer to 9 Queen Edith's Way than the previous building, and with angled windows actively encourages viewing into adjacent properties. Objection 4, the placement of plant. In addition to being by Block C, it is now proposed to have heat source between Block A and Block B. These are expected to be running 24 hours a day close to the bedrooms of 9 and 13 Queen Edith's Way and properties in Holbrook Road and with hotel guests. There is no clear strategy how the noise from the heat pumps will be mitigated. The submitted report by Scotch Partners does not give a detailed assessment of noise emission. Objection 5, placement of the refuse bins and lack of waste management plan. The proposed location of the bin storage is in close proximity to residential property, will generate noise and odour around those properties, impacting residents. They are also proposed to be 50 plus metres from the site entrance with no clear strategy on how it will be managed. All other multi-use developments on Queen Edith's Way have storage away from residential properties closer to the road and have a suitable waste management plan before approval and not as a condition of approval. We also consider that with this application there are too many conditions associated with it should be addressed prior to approval of the plans. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much. And next, so if we can read out that statement from the other objectors then, please. James, Vinay.
Certainly, Chair. Just over 3 minutes taken, but we should be able to finish within 6 minutes. Statement from Vinay Kumar Reddy Kalu. Unable to attend the meeting, please read the statement. As the owner of property on Holbrook Road, point 1, document 2661-1003B, dated 15th of May 23, does not provide enough details about the protection and preservation of boundaries hedge along the border, which are very mature, 20 years old. Currently, the hedges are of profound importance to us and act as a great source of privacy shield for us from the site. Of late, we observe there is quite an amount of work which is happening on the site, and we are concerned about the contractor involved in the building work might damage the hedges. Therefore, we urge Cambridge Planning Committee to advise the properties owners, contractors, to take all care in safeguarding the existing hedges all along the property boundaries and never remove them, no matter the outcome of this proposed development. Point 2, as per site shadow study document 20-02172 FUL, dated 6th of May 2021, from previous planning application, Block B will fully block the sunshine that we naturally received at the moment. The newly proposed development plan will overshadow our house, located in Holbrook Road, and will cause detrimental damage to us during the winter, as blocking sunlight ventilation will deprive us severely and impact our mental health and well-being. Point 3, Block C of the development appears to be exactly adjacent to our back garden, touching the hedges document as shown in the 2661-1003B dated 15th of May 2023. With no walls separating the boundaries, it might pose a security risk for us and also become very noisy once occupied. Statement ends, Chair.
Right, thanks very much. The agent, Peter McEwen, you online or here? You're online, okay. Hello, Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
You've got
Can you all
6
hear
minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. The Section 73 application in front of you this morning seeks to make amendments to application 20-02172-FUL that was allowed at appeal in September 22. It is proposed that the drawings approved under condition number 2 are varied, along with revisions to the wording of 3 other conditions. Importantly, these changes can be made through the Section 73 route. The principle of development and introduction of 40 service department units on the site has been confirmed through the recent approval. The revised proposals in front of you have been subject to consultation and are supported by all statutory consultees, including urban design, landscape, highways, drainage and environmental health. The proposals have responded positively to the comments that were received by Urban Design and the Highways Authority, and additional information was submitted. I think the main change involves the removal of the basement from the site, which we feel should be welcomed, particularly as this will result in a much more efficient build being delivered along with a significant carbon reduction. There will be a reduction in car parking at the site, as noted by the officer. However, the provision of 7 spaces is considered appropriate, particularly given the sustainable location of the site and the fact that the parking standards within the local plan are maximum. And I feel that this is important just to note. Lower car usage can be expected here, and importantly, the proposals would not prejudice highway safety locally. The units are for short-term occupancy and are well located to serve Addenbrooke's and the biomedical campus, with excellent public transport and cycle connections available locally. It is also relevant to note that the level of cycle parking proposed significantly exceeds planning policy requirements. As outlined within the officer report, the changes would not have any additional impact on neighbours than that of the consented scheme. As was the case with the approved scheme, a condition requiring the first floor side-facing windows in the east and west elevation of Block A, along with the first and second floor side-facing windows in the east and west elevations of Block B, requiring these to be obscure glazed, is again attached. With regard to environmental impacts, as noted by one of the objectors, air source heat pumps are now proposed for blocks C1 and C2 to the rear. Importantly, these heat pumps, they will be located in acoustic enclosures, and these proposed enclosures have been assessed by your environmental health officer, and they have confirmed that the residential amenities of neighbouring properties, importantly, would be protected. Concerns have been raised locally regarding the arrangements for waste at the site, both storage and collection. As is the case with the approved scheme, these arrangements are covered by condition, and condition 31 requires the submission and agreement of a management plan for waste, and this does cover collection as well. The means of enclosure to be introduced at the site is also sort of specifically covered by condition 28, and as noted by the officer, this would be in line with recap guidance. I think it's also relevant to note that as the scheme is for a service department development, it will be a managed facility which would be overseen by the site management company. These matters do not need to be addressed within the application in front of you. In summary, a sustainable development will be delivered on the site, and one that will result in an enhancement on the recently consented scheme. Our sort of view is that this is a better scheme than that was approved by the inspector. The proposals, they comply with both national and local planning policy, and in line with policy 77 of the local plan, a high quality scheme for visitor accommodation will be delivered along with excellent public transport accessibility. We would invite you to concur with the officer recommendation and support this planning application. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for attending committee. Okay, councillors, so just before we get going on debate, you're welcome to stay with us, Peter, if you wish, but you don't need to keep your camera on necessarily. Toby, do you want to just remind us all what a Section 73 application is, please? It's a particular form of application, isn't it?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, so it's Section 73 application is an application for a minor material amendment to a planning condition or conditions attached to an existing consent. Effectively, members' consideration on advice through case law and through officers as set out in the assessment is that you must predominantly consider the changes that are being proposed as set against those that have been approved. That is the way that the assessment has fundamentally been set out. There are no in-principle issues that need to be revisited as part of this application because there are no material circumstances that have changed to merit a reconsideration. I remind members that there is a fallback here in terms of an existing consent that has been implemented. So we would direct members to considering the changes only that are brought about through this application in terms of their merits. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. And again, just before we do get going on debate, and with regard to speakers, the objectors rather, especially, there's quite a lot of detail there. So Mary, hopefully you've made notes of the speakers' comments. Is that correct, Mary?
Yes, Chair, yeah.
Okay, good. So I won't need to go through all of that. I'll add my couple of things at the same time then, and then perhaps you can respond to the speakers' comments so they don't get lost first, and then we'll get going on councillor questions and debate. So aside from all of that, which the two objectors listed their points, can you also just clarify a couple of things? So firstly, you spoke about blue badge spaces. I presume you mean spaces for disabled people because they won't be publicly available, will they? And you spoke about noise-sensitive receivers, which was a bit unclear. When you say that, I'm not quite clear. I thought you meant sort of some sort of technical gear to respond to the noise of the air source heat pumps, but you might have meant neighbours. I'm not sure. So can you clarify those two things, as well as responding to all of the points made by the two objectors pertinent to this Section 73 application? And it might not be all of them. Thanks, Mary.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yep, so in relation to the comments made by neighbours, the any sort of boundary treatment between the properties in Holbrook Road and the application site, they are all dealt with under, nothing has changed there in terms of the relationship of the buildings to that boundary, and so these would all be covered by the existing consent. In terms of overlooking, again, there would be no overlooking from side-facing windows at upper levels. This is restricted by condition. In terms of the impact of building B, in terms of overshadowing to gardens to the north in Holbrook Road, this has been, the position of the building and its scale and massing remains the same as approved. So that's already been established through the granting of the original permission. Noise sensitive receivers, by that I meant residential properties that would be adjacent to the site, and this is a term that is used by environmental health when assessing who could be potentially affected by noise. So that's that. I think the pertinent points really are the parking, because the actual site isn't within a controlled parking zone, but there are yellow lines immediately outside the site, so there isn't direct on-street parking there, but I appreciate there is potential for other parking closer to the site. So the original calculation was carried out as it being outside a controlled parking zone. Where it was one space for every 8 residents, but now we're kind of looking at it as being more within a controlled parking zone, although it isn't, but as I say, there's that restricted parking on site. And so this is how the calculation is now looked at as 10, one space for every 10 members, 10 occupants. So consider that this is justification for the reduced parking. And as regards the any details that we might need up front regarding the strategy for bins and so on, and the number of conditions we're applying, well, these are the exact conditions that have been applied by the inspector in the allowing of the planning appeal. So we, I think, are just adding one additional condition, which is just to require details of the external refuse store. So I think that answers questions for the time being. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. Other councillors might want to pick up on some of that as well. So I'll just carry on with my questions, as I can't see any hands up quite yet. So just to be clear on noise-sensitive receptors, which you say is a term used by environmental health and also used by you, that's not plain English, but it apparently means people who might hear the noise of these machines. And just also further to what I said, in the report 6.1, the county highways comments, so I'm presuming that all of those 5 comments will have been taken into account, and the recommended conditions that they propose in the bullet points following that will all have been used, I hope. Perhaps you could just confirm that. And finally, in 6.4, the urban design team, I'm confused by that because it says object, but then the text following that seems to indicate that they do not object. So perhaps you could clarify, please, Mary.
Yes, Chair. Yeah, so urban design, they objected originally, but we got a revised plan. And so having looked at the revisions made to the site, this was to do with the planting of the defensible threshold between the neighbour and the parking spaces. Following that amended plan, urban designer are happy with it, and so they no longer object, but they did to the originally submitted scheme. Highways asked for details relating to swept path analysis within the site for turning areas, and they wanted justification for the reduction in the off-street parking. Also, they wanted dimensions given for the proposed parking spaces, which are longitudinal spaces. So these points were all covered by the amended drawings that were received and the justification given by the applicant in terms of how they came to the 7 spaces. The only point that hasn't been addressed of the highway's original comments was the details of servicing for the refuse collection has not been provided and no bin collection point is shown. But because this is going to be covered by a condition, this will be something that will be determined later on as a detail.
All right, thanks, Mary.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, I've got another councillor now, but I'll just finish off with one final point. So just to be absolutely clear, you talked about number of parking spaces. One of the objectors talked about that as not being sufficient. So can you clarify that the number of spaces provided in this scheme is policy compliant, please?
So the number of spaces have been calculated as it being within I think the controlled parking zone.
was I not clear, Mary, in my question? I refer...
Yes, sorry, Chair. Yes, so hang on, let me just find this.
Mary, Toby is saying that he'd like to say something about this, so shall I pass it over to him for a minute?
Yes.
Yep, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, my reading of the report and standards is that for outside of a controlled parking zone, there's a maximum requirement of 8.5 car parking spaces. So the provision of the now 7 spaces accords with local plan policy. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks, Toby. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, Mary, or whether that's okay.
That's okay, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so just to put that into perhaps plain English for some residents, so we have a maximum policy here in Cambridge. That means that when Toby says 8.5 spaces is the maximum, it means that the applicant can provide less. So we want to discourage large numbers of parking spaces in schemes if the scheme can accommodate that provision. Councillor Corling.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to make the same question about the urban design team, just because I think the report sort of cuts off slightly. So sometimes it's useful if it's just like quite clear that the objection's removed. But thank you for clarifying that. I had a few questions, which kind of dotted all over my report. First of all, does the consented scheme have any air source heat pumps at all, or are they a completely new addition to this scheme? It wasn't clear to me whether there was some in the previous scheme, but more have been added or they've been moved or something. So I'd appreciate some detail on that. With the parking, I'm a bit confused because to me, paragraphs 8.34 and 8.36 seem to contradict one another. So one of them says that the consented scheme required 1 space for every 8 guests plus 1 space for every 2 members of the staff, and then based on occupancy of 2 guests per room, that then requires 14 spaces. But later on, first of all, we've changed now to using an average occupancy of 1.5 people per room, and I'm wondering what has caused that change in the calculation. We've already discussed that for some reason it's considering us to be in a controlled parking zone when we're not. So that's also a bit weird. It's just, well, there's also the problem of Appendix L in the development plan, no, I'm just quite confused about those two clashing, essentially, and I'm really not sure why the calculation has changed so much. Those are the main ones for now.
Right, hold on to that a minute then, Mary. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you. I wonder if the case, I know we talked about parking a lot because that's a fundamental difference on the scheme, but I don't know, we haven't talked about deliveries that we get these days. I don't know that, not sure that was actually maybe being brought up in the original application, and if it wasn't, is it pertinent to question that now? And then I have 2 questions about conditions. One is a condition 31, the bin management plan that needs to come forward. I suspect that condition is the same as the consented scheme. But what I know that often it's the hours of the movements of the bins that can create a real nuisance or disturbance to neighbours. And I don't know whether we can amend the condition or can officers note that it's very important to ensure that the bins are not moved too early in the day, or so it's really, and then also C3, condition 3, tree protection. Again, I suspect this is an original condition. It does refer to the tree protection plan that needs to come forward, and it also refers to foundations. Again, can officers, we've discussed the foundations design for new buildings in relation to existing trees, and I think this committee was clear that the design needs to take into consider the ground conditions, the tree type, the soil type, and also climate change. So rather than changing the condition, can the officers note that those are all important things and we do not want existing trees to be at risk in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Bagent.
Chair, Councillor Thornborough raises interesting points that I suspect we'll be raising more about in regards to existing trees and how the site has got to be developed to protect against any desire to remove those trees in the future. I'd also like the condition to be toughened up a little bit about hedges and that we require the hedges to be retained. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, councillors. So I'll leave it to the officers to reply, but I mean, I realise why these tree questions have come up because of the withdrawn item today. But it's too late for this item now to be talking about foundations. We have a Section 73 application in front of us, councillors, and that's what we're discussing, not the original application. But I'll just wait till the officer can confirm that. So, Mary, those questions?
Yes, Chair. There are no changes to the positions of the buildings in relation to the protected trees at the front of the site. So that aspect of the scheme does not need any sort of variation. Now, in terms of the parking, originally the application was considered on being outside the controlled parking zone, where one space for every 8 residents was required. That's where the spaces came from. But the number of residents was originally as 2 per room, so that would be 80 residents. It's considered that it was unlikely that it would have this double occupancy, all of the rooms, and so a revised occupancy of 1.5 per room was then put forward, perhaps one that might reflect a more realistic level of occupancy. And so this reduced the number of guests to 60. So as regards whether it's in the control, it isn't within the controlled parking zone, but parking is controlled to a certain extent immediately outside the site, with the stretches of Queen Edith's Way being double yellow lines. So there's an argument that we could apply the inside the controlled parking zone calculations to create these spaces. So if you use those calculations and the new occupancy, then the number of the 7 spaces that are being applied for completely meets that the parking for that. If we were to use the outside controlled parking zone on the reduced occupancy, it would be 8.5 spaces. So there's a difference of 1.5 spaces between the two calculations. Given that small amount and future occupancy where people may be working locally and may be using public transport, that loss of 1.5 is acceptable. I hope that explains that, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, there were other questions as well, Mary. Did you get those, or shall I go through them?
Can you just remind me, Chair, please? What the
Yeah, so Councillor Carling asked about air source heat pumps. Councillor Thornborough asked about deliveries and bins and trees. I think that was all, but it might not have been, I'm not sure.
Yes, I think I've covered trees. Originally, all plant was going to be sited within the basement. And so this is why I think there were air source heat pumps in the consented scheme, but now they need to be above ground because there isn't a basement. So that is a new aspect of the scheme. In the management plan for the bins, we could certainly ask for delivery times to be controlled. We may need to just add an informative for that, but I think that could be something that we could do, just to ensure that there's no detrimental impact through noise and disruption from the collection of the bins. And in terms of any sort of deliveries that people may need whilst they're staying at the service departments, this is something that is hard to sort of judge what level that would be. But the facilities are all are kind of self-contained, so there may not be many deliveries that people may need if they're just stopping for a temporary period. So any of those any additional deliveries, don't think that would necessarily have a detrimental impact on residential amenity or sort of highway safety.
Okay, thanks, Mary. So obviously, if there is a judgment to be made, you always refer to Toby. So councillors want to come back now. So Councillor Bajon was first, I think.
Yeah, just a reminder about the condition on hedges, Chair. But my main point really is, I think I heard Toby said the council only had a maximum amount of car parking places. There was no minimum. Is that, am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, so there was hedges as well then, Mary. But first, I'll just quickly ask Toby to respond to that question that Councillor Bajon put directly to him.
Didn't quite catch you, Councillor Bajan, but that our standards are, what I said was our standards are expressed as maximums, and the level of provision, whether you judge it against being inside or outside a parking zone, would be within that maximum, so would accord with local plan policy.
Okay, thanks. So, Mary, so hedges from Councillor Bajan, and then a couple of other councillors want to come back as well, so I'll collect those up as well. So, Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, I realise that condition 3 is the existing condition of the consented scheme, but it does refer to foundations. So in the same way as I was asking about the bin management plan that needs to come forward, the tree protection plan needs to come forward. And I'm just asking, and if necessary, I could ask this committee to vote, that when the information about the foundations is provided as part of the condition 3, that it takes into account the full size that an existing tree could grow to, the foundation design, the soil conditions, and climate change. So I don't think we need to change the condition. I just need officers to note that this committee is concerned about those aspects of foundation design, and we want to ensure that the existing trees are protected into the decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Carling.
Thank you, yeah, and I appreciate the advice about the air source heat pumps, but I think, Mary, you said you think they were in the previous scheme. Could we get that confirmed? Because I think that is quite important information for us to have in terms of what the air source heat pump provision was in the consented scheme, is in the consented scheme. I'm still trying to grapple with this parking concern. The other thing which I did wonder was, there seems to be a bit of a disconnect between how, sometimes the stairs are referred to as short in this proposed sort of development. Other times they're referred to as not very short. It's kind of, we seem to be picking whichever categories is most appropriate in some ways. And I suppose I'm wondering, is a hotel the right classification here if the stairs are going to be reasonably long? you know, because it's people who are visiting the area to work. With respect to the sort of this idea that we have a maximum car parking standard, I just suppose, I guess I'm just a bit surprised if there's no minimum at all. So, if, you know, I wouldn't imagine that if a development came forward for, I don't know, 100 hotel rooms and there's no car parking spaces, I think we would probably find that concerning, and I'd be surprised if there's no minimum in the local plan. I mean, I just appreciate just clarification about that, because perhaps that's something we need to look at policy-wise in the next iteration, but thank you.
Yeah, you make some good points, councillor. I mean, we might find it concerning as councillors, but policy wouldn't support that concern per se, but sometimes it means that we debate the item and make, you know, make a decision contrary to officer recommendation sometimes, you know, in that respect. So I think I'll leave it to Mary to respond to those questions. And Mary, if you want to come back, please. Actually, before you do, Mary, so the last councillor Carling mentioned the word hotel. So the objector also referred to this application as a hotel. It's called service department, so perhaps you could clarify.
Well, service departments are, it's visitor accommodation, so it's accommodation for visitors. So we would classify that as being a hotel. It's a room for people to stay. So I think that's why it's considered to be a hotel use. And in terms of it's short stay visitor accommodation. It may be longer than a hotel, but you know, a hotel could be occupied by people for any length of time. We may not necessarily have any control over that, but in terms of these service departments, we will be imposing or conditions already exists on the consented scheme that it can only be up to 90 days in a 12-month period, the maximum stay. And that is consistent with other short-term accommodation in the city. And so we've got, just conditions. 21 also deals with keeping records of the length of stays of occupants. With regard to the tree protection, the condition does actually mention foundation design, and this, for us to approve this, the details of this condition, officers would need to consult with specialist officers within the council who deal with tree protection and so on. But the word in the conditions would cover foundation design and whether or not deeper foundations are required owing to the maturity of the trees that are affected. And then the hedge at Holbrook, it's not at the Holbrook Road boundary, it's not actually mentioned the hedge there, but a wall is proposed to be constructed there, which was as a response to neighbour consultations with the original scheme. And so details of that are required by condition.
Have you finished, Mary?
No, I'm just sorry, Chair. I'm just looking at the approved plans as well in order to answer the other question about air source heat pumps.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think there was an ancillary plant room in the basement of the consented scheme, and that I believe did include air source heat pumps, but I'm just going to just double check that.
Is it pertinent to this point, Councillor Carling? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just to save us time, and I know it's not standard procedure, but as it's a very simple query in relation to detail, I wonder if the applicant could answer it? Like a simple
Well,
yes or no?
let's let Mary see if she can find it first. Hold on. Mary, while you're looking, Toby wants to say something about the trees condition. So do you want to do that now, Toby?
Thanks, Chair. I think it's a helpful suggestion from Councillor Thornborough. So, in relation to condition 3, we could append an informative to the Commission to explain our expectations around foundation design in relation to the ultimate full-size growth of the trees, climate change. So I've noted that as part of the recommendation when we come to it. And yes, I agree regarding condition 31. We are within scope to include hours of collection, given that the bin storage area has moved from the basement to the ground floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. How you doing, Mary? Any news yet?
Yeah, so the sustainability statement that was submitted with the original application does mention that there would be air source heat pumps in a communal one.
And were they in the basement, Mary, or somewhere else?
I think they were proposed to be in the basement, but they may have been on the roofs or somewhere else as well. I don't think we had any precise details on them, but that was going to be required by condition that we needed that before anything such as those were added to the building, that we would need a noise assessment, any noise insulation mitigation schemes as required. And I think that condition is still attached to the revised conditions. Just trying to find it.
Okay, well, let's carry on, I think, Mary, because we've got other questions possibly related to that. And just to say, as far as I can see, well, firstly, it might well be the case that we don't know exactly where the original scheme was going to put the air source heat pumps. That's a possibility. But the pertinent point here, I think, is that the air source heat pumps in the scheme that we're looking at are above ground and potentially going to be noisy for neighbours, because we don't know exactly, but it appears that they're next to a neighbour's garden, and although they're getting quieter as the years go by, they still make a noise. So that's a factor. The factor might not be quite so important if they were originally already placed above ground next to neighbours' gardens as a change. But if they were originally in the basement, which might be unusual for air source heat pumps, then that would be a significant change. So I've got 3 more questions from councillors. I'll let Councillor Carling come back first and then the other 2 after that. So Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I've just looked in the committee report from the last time when the original application came, the one that was rejected. And to me, that does say that it would need to be in the basement. So I think that may clear that up. I'm just trying to find the specific passage to quote. But, so there's literally a section entitled Capacity for Provision of Air Source Heat Pump Plant in the Proposed Basement. So I think that reasonably answers the question. The other part of the question was the numbers, whether the numbers are changing, because as I have read it, the previous application would have had 2 air source heat pumps, which would reduce CO2 emissions to a certain extent. Is that the same as this application, or is this application proposing to increase the numbers? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question, councillor, although of course it depends on the size of each individual unit. Let me ask other councillors questions as well, and then we'll come back to you, Mary. So, Councillor Levine, I saw you first.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things, really. The subject of trees inevitably is coming up today, do we have any idea of what sort of trees are going to be planted here? I think the council needs to insulate itself from future problems with trees, as today's experience nearly came upon us. And the other thing is, we're all struggling to try and work out what sort of person is going to be using these rooms, I get the feeling. It just seems to me that people will be coming from outside of the local and almost certainly will be travelling by car. And are we not building into this a problem with problem parking in the area, basically? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I apologise if what I say is not completely relevant, but I do think this case exposes some of the problems with our local plan, which I hope will be picked up in the amendments. We have the same parking policy for inner Cambridge and outer Cambridge, and in outer Cambridge, car needs are very different, as has been shown by the response to a Making Connections consultation and the localised pattern of responses. I do completely disagree with the planning inspector's report about it being a sustainable location with access to leisure facilities and shops, because that's not what Queen Edith's residents tell us. I have sympathy with the objectors, and I'd like to apologise now that I cannot find a way under planning procedures to vote against this application. Apologies, Chair, for staying off the subject.
Well, thank you, Councillor. You don't need to apologise for doing your job. That's what we're here for. It's a quasi-judicial committee. We operate on the basis of National Planning Policy Framework, local policy and the local plan. So there you go. That's what we do. Any more questions, councillors? We'll go back to Mary. Mary, can you answer anything outstanding questions then, please?
Well, thank you, Chair. So I think the only outstanding one is just the air source heat pump, where there's an enclosure. The site plan shows there's 4 units, but this has been subject to consultation with Environmental Health. They're happy that the impact of these air source heat pumps can be mitigated, and they feel that with adequate mitigation, there wouldn't be an issue with noise impact on adjacent residential properties or any sort of occupants of the units themselves. So I think there is a condition that we're proposing to add, which is condition 22, which is asking for noise assessment and noise insulation and mitigation for any proposed machinery, equipment or plant to be submitted for us to approve prior to that being installed.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
Okay.
So Councillor Carling also asked about the number of units, the number of air conditioning units. Councillor Carling,
I think that's been responded to, Chair. The only other question that was outstanding from me was about just clarifying that there's definitely no minimum car parking, because it just seems illogical.
Toby.
Chair, so I'll read the car parking standards to you, councillors. So in the Appendix L, it says the standards set here define the maximum levels referred to as no more than of car parking that the council as a local planning authority will permit for various types of development in different areas of the city. These levels should not be exceeded, may be reduced where lower yard car use can reasonably be expected. The exception is parking for disabled people, which is a minimum standard.
Yeah, I apologise, Councillor, for laughing there. I understand your point, and that's why I expressed a bit of laughter, but it's been a policy of the council for some years now. We used to have a policy of minimum standards, but now for some years we've had maximum standards, and you need to read the policy really and familiarise yourself with it. So I don't want to be too brusque about it, but that's the bottom line really, and that's the policy we have. And you can discuss that with the executive councillor who's here in the room today, if you wish, and familiarise yourself with why that came about. You don't need to go into that now. So we've got a number of units, and we've bottomed out the car parking spaces to a certain extent. I think one of the things for me that I'm still concerned about is the noise of these air conditioning units, which have now appeared in this Section 73 application next to neighbours' gardens. So I could imagine that neighbours next door in the next door building and their garden next to this site, next to the air conditioning units, should they want to sit at the bottom of their garden perhaps and enjoy a sunny afternoon, wouldn't be comfortably able to because it would be too noisy potentially. And I know these units are meant to be being quieter and quieter as they get more and more, developed over the years, but it's still a concern for me, I think. And I'm concerned we're going to be looking at the noise assessment, you say, Mary, but that would be after we've come to a decision today. So if we approve the officer recommendation, we're not in a very good place to alter that, I suppose, unless the applicant chooses not to put air source heat pumps in, which would not be a good thing either, potentially, if it means they want to put some other more like gas boilers in or something, I don't know. So can you comment on that at all, Mary? I mean, could it come back to chair, vice chair and spokes, that kind of thing? Would that be better, or do councillors want to know that before we make a decision? Councillor Thornbury, you speak as well before we go back to Mary.
Just on this point, exactly, I've just looked back at the approved scheme, and the environment officer they did comment about it when it was in the basement. And when it was in the basement, they did say that the equipment should be less than or equal to the existing background sound at the boundary of the premises. So that was when the equipment was in the basement rather than fairly close to the boundary. So I do think I do know that some of the smaller units do seem to be much better for sound insulation. The quieter, the larger the units, I think the more risk there is. But anyway, that is the expectation, that at the boundary it will be equal to the existing noise levels, which is it's a very high standard we met.
Yes, Councillor. Okay, no more hands up. I mean, if I can respond directly to you, Councillor, and others, I suppose, at the same time. First, for me, it was the lack of car parking, but then that's not a concern with regard to our policy, as we've talked about recently in committee. But the air source heat pumps is another important factor as well. And I suppose the thing is they are getting installed in properties around the city, and probably a good thing, really, in many respects for climate change. But they do make a bit of a noise. And so I suppose the way to approach that in the end is to not vote against the item on that basis, but to ask for noise mitigation measures to be installed around those, or at least an informative, if not a condition, around those units to mitigate noise for neighbours, especially the neighbour right next door. So if that sounds like a good idea, I'm going to refer to you, Mary, whether it's a reasonable condition, which it might be, if not an informative. Mary.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, there is a condition, as I mentioned before, about all operational plant. So it could be anything apart from air source heat pumps, so air conditioning units, anything that they might need, that we would need the details before these are installed, and for us to approve the details. So at that stage, we'd get a noise assessment, and then environmental health would assess it and the impact of that on the boundary of the units. But there's also, in terms of permitted development rights for air source heat pumps, there's various criteria, but one of them is that if they're more than 1 metre from the boundary and they meet the MCN standards, that they may be permitted development. So usually something that's more than 1 metre from the boundary, which these units are, in other instances, they may be permitted development. They're not permitted development in this case because they're part of the original proposal and they are included within the application. But environmental health will ensure that, you know, there wouldn't be any impact on neighbouring properties. They would not.
Mary, do you think we need an informative about noise mitigation measures, like some sort of fence around it that cuts down decibels to a reasonable level, that kind of thing? Can we do that?
Well, environmental health already noted that the applicant is proposing an acoustic fence, so we could ask for an addition. Yeah, we could have an informative or ask for details of any, but that would form the mitigation. So that would be, as part of discharging that condition, the mitigation would be, is an acoustic screen around them needed, and what is the performance of that screen? Is it working? Is it sufficient to?
Yeah, that's great. Okay, thanks, Mary. So Toby's going to say something as well. Go on, Toby.
Yeah, just to be absolutely clear, so the mitigation, which would involve a noise barrier, is covered via condition 22.
Thanks, Toby. Did that cover your question off, Councillor Thornbury? You had your hand up. Looks
I'm
like
just
you're looking,
trying
aren't
to
you?
find condition
Okay.
22.
I'll just give you a minute, Councillor Thornbury, in case you want to come back, but it looks like we're all done now.
Is this a pre-commencement condition? It doesn't, I don't think.
Make yourself clear, Councillor. I'm not with you at the
So
moment.
normally the information required about an aspect of the design is either pre-commencement to the scheme or pre-occupation. I don't think this condition actually states whether it's pre-commencement of the scheme, which I think it should be, so that there is it can be checked, and if necessary, the design can be altered before it's built, rather than pre-occupation would seem very late to consider the condition.
Okay, Toby, you referred to it, so do you want to come back on that?
Chair, the condition is perfectly reasonable, and the trigger is that no plant is installed until that scheme comes forward and is approved. There's adequate space for a mitigation to scheme to come forward. It's a typical condition, standard condition that the council utilises, so I wouldn't be recommending that we amend it.
Thanks, Toby. So, Councillor, is that okay with you?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, I think we're all done then. In that case, we'll go to the vote. So, can we have the recommendation then, please, Toby?
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 35 of the officer report. That is to approve the scheme subject to the planning conditions as set out and subject to an amendment to condition 31 to include hours of collection for the waste bins, the drafting of that condition to be delegated to officers, and an informative in relation to foundation design, taking account of the full size growth of trees and climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Toby. You had your hand up, councillor Bain.
Your Chair, condition on the hedges.
Condition on hedges, Toby, is that something?
I think that would be covered via condition 3, Chair.
Yeah, I thought Mary said we had one of those already. Are you
Okay.
content with that response, councillor Agent? Or?
Well, I'd like to look it up again, because can you read condition 3, Chair?
Okay, let's hold the vote then. So, Mary, condition on hedges, was it there?
So I think we're talking about the boundary with Holbrook Road. So we've got the condition regarding landscaping, and it's mentioning a boundary wall along there. I think the tree protection may have included the existing hedge as well, which is to be shown.
Chair, just to kind of assuage members' fears, so it's always the case that hedges are considered trees for the purposes of the discharge of our standard condition 3.
Okay, you've had it from the horse's mouth there, councillor Agent. Are you content with that?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, thank you for clarifying, Toby. Are members content to go to the vote, or do you want to have the recommendation read out again? Looks like you're okay. Okay, so the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
5 in favour, Chair.
Against? Abstentions? Yeah, that's right, because Councillor Bora didn't take part in the item, did she? So the item is approved. Thank you very much, officers, speakers and members. Very robust debate. So we'll have a 5-minute break now before we go on. That's the end of the major items for today. So if we come back sort of between 5 and 12 o'clock, I think would be good. So let's get 5 minutes to stretch your legs. Thank you. Yeah, welcome back. Just a short break. So the next item on planning agenda today is item 6, land adjacent to 39 Hills Avenue. The officers Sumaya, and we've got speakers. So the speakers are Jill and Chris Maynard to object, Jean Guy, objector, and Alexandra Pearson, objector. The speaking time has been extended to 6 minutes for those 3 speakers. Take them in that order. There's a statement for the first and third, and the second one, Jean, is in the room here to speak in person. So we'll have the presentation first. Oh yeah, sorry, it's a long list. So I missed out Chris Jenkin, applicant, and then 2 councillors to speak, also Councillor Bird and Councillor Davies. So, right, so Sumaya, if you want to present the item then, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can you confirm that you can see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it, thank you.
Right. Before I go on to the presentation, there are a few amendments to update you on. There are some minor corrections and updates in the report. So where paragraph 7.1 says 17 representations have been received, we have now 18 representations. Paragraph 8.9 says 10 years, it should read 5 years to reflect the condition 3, which is recommending a 5-year temporary temporary permission. In terms of the site visit, so that was not confirmed and did not take place. And also, Chair, I wanted to mention that the Council's Housing Service Officer, Simon Payne, is around to answer any technical questions regarding referrals of the tenants.
Okay, if I can just interrupt your presentation there, Sumaya. So he won't be answering any questions, but he's welcome to add himself to the list of speakers should he want to present. Oh, he's an officer. Sorry, I thought he was talking on behalf of the application. I apologise, I misunderstood. Yeah, so you carry on, Sumaya. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Right, so this application is at the land adjacent to number 39 Hills Avenue in Cambridge. The development is for the change of use of land to allow the siting of modular homes to provide accommodation for homeless people and associated access and infrastructure. So this site is the site edged red is to the north corner of Hills Avenue and east of Baldock Way. So this is Baldock Way here, and this is Hills Avenue. The site is west of number 39 Hills Avenue, which is this property here. The site was formerly a residential garden of number 39. However, since 2015, when the site was subdivided, the land has been used as a community garden named Joy's Garden. So here are some site photographs. So this one here, it shows it's from the junction of Baldock Way and Hills Avenue. So this is the site. Then this one is east of Hills Avenue, and that's the site over here. And this is number 39. This is a view from the west of Baldock Way, and then this is within the site, looking towards the west of site. These photographs show the rear garden of number 39. So this is looking towards the site. So the site is over here. And then this is looking to towards the east of number 39. And this is the front of number 39. And this is their front garden. So this slide shows the existing trees. So this tree T3 is this apple tree here. T2 is this tree here. T4, sorry, I just need to move something, is this tree here. And T1, which is on the public realm, is this one with the large canopy. So this is the proposed site plan showing the 4 pods along the eastern boundary of the site. The pods will face towards Baldock Way, and there will be a setback of approximately 5 meters from the road. This will maintain some level of openness along Baldock Way. So this is the setback I'm talking about. So along Hills Avenue, Unit 4 and partly Unit 3 will be forward of the building line. So this is Unit 4, this one, and this is Unit 3. And the access into the site will be off Baldock Way. So this is the access here. And on the top here are the cycle store and waste storage. So this is a more detailed plan of the layout of the unit. So this is the one. This is the bedroom, the rear of the unit, and then the bathroom, and then an open living and kitchen area. And here is a small patio for the tenant. The units will be for a single occupancy, and the total area, floor area, will measure approximately 32 square meters. So the top elevation is a view from Hills Avenue, and then the bottom elevation is looking from Baldock Way. So here are a more detailed elevation showing you the materials of the pods. So that this is going to be timber cladding, and the openings. There will be openings only to the front and to the rear. And then this is a more detailed plan of the waste and cycle store. So the top one will be the waste shared by the occupant, and then the cycle stores with 2 Sheffield hoops. This slide shows the proposed tree plan. Concerns were raised regarding the removal of the apple tree T3, which is this one here. Due to its amenity value, the tree officer considered its removal to be acceptable. T4 will also be removed, and this is supported by the officer. T2 will be retained. However, concerns were raised regarding the impact of the tree as a result of the development. However, there is a condition to protect the tree during construction and after construction. So in terms of a tree planting scheme, a new tree, this one here, will be planted in place of T4. So this is a visual representation of the pods looking from Baldock Way. And this is over here, that's number 39, and this is number 11 Baldock Way. So 39 Hills Avenue and 11 Baldock Way. So in terms of the planning balance, the 4 pods will be sited forward of the building line on Hills Avenue and would result in the loss of openness, which is a strong characteristic of this part of the street scene, and will consequently cause a degree of visual harm to the character and appearance of the area. Officers also acknowledge that the pods would be low scale of an acceptable appearance and screened by existing and proposed landscaping. However, this does not outweigh the harm in relation to the loss of openness. As such, the proposal is considered to be contrary to policies 52, 55, 57 and 59 of the local plan, which require a new proposal to respect existing character of the area and surrounding development patterns. However, as the proposal is of a temporary nature, this carries moderate weight in the overall planning balance. The other issue to consider against the planning balance is that the green space to be occupied by the pods is currently used as a community garden, which will no longer exist should the development go ahead. However, the loss of this as a community space carries negligible weight in the planning balance, as the current use as a community recreation area is unauthorised. The other matter is that the space was formerly part of the garden of number 39 Hills Avenue. However, this has not been the case since 2015. Whilst the loss of this garden area does detract from the overall quality of outdoor space for number 39, occupiers do still have access to other amenity areas to the front and rear of the site, which is more than 100 square metres combined. Therefore, it is considered that given the passage of time that has passed, on balance, the amenity space afforded to occupiers of this dwelling is considered acceptable and neutral in the overall planning balance. All in all, the proposal is finely balanced and has been considered against national and local planning policies. In this instance, officers consider that the benefit of providing four modular homes for homeless people in Cambridge, which there is an acute need, is considered to outweigh the harm. Also, the proposal will use sustainable construction methods and be of high quality design, provide appropriate landscaping, protect trees of amenity value, and would not impact residential amenity. So in conclusion, officers therefore recommend to grant planning permission subject to conditions outlined in the report. Thank you, Chair. This is the end of my presentation.
Thanks, Mayor. So we'll go through the speakers as published, in the order published. So the objectors, I don't know if you've all agreed between you, but you've got 6 minutes in total. So hopefully we can, James seems to think we can fit it all in okay. So the first one is a statement. So Jill and Chris Maynard. So James, do you want to kindly read that out then, please?
Just setting the time, Chair. Statement from the Maynard family, Chair, 2 paragraphs. Much has been made of the fact that the proposed dwellings are for homeless people. I would suggest that this risks distracting the committee from its primary focus, which is to decide whether the buildings are suitable in design for the location. They are not. I object to this planning application because the proposed buildings do not respect the existing character of the area around. With few exceptions, the houses in this and surrounding streets have 2 stories and pitched roofs. Single-storey flat roof buildings are simply not appropriate, whatever their intended use. The jarring visual impact will only be heightened by the way that they will project beyond the building line in Hills Avenue. There is a desperate shortage of affordable housing in Cambridge. This plot would be ideal for 2 houses, which would provide homes for several people. Proximity to a nursery and a primary school would make them ideal for families with children. There are doubtless many such families on the council's waiting list. The proposal to site temporary prefabricated units on the plot will simply cause further delay to a sensible development. This is simply kicking the can down the road. Statement ends from resident Baldock Way.
Thank you for reading it out, James. So the next one is Jean Guy. You're here in the room. Hello, Jean. Hi. If you want to come to that thing on your left-hand side in front, the public speaker thing with the sort of microphone there. And yeah, that's all there. That's it. And so when you're ready, you press the button on the right-hand side at the front of the microphone. It's just so everyone can hear you properly, that's all. All right.
Is it all ready for me to
Yeah,
start?
so when you're ready, you go ahead, thanks.
Right. Good afternoon. I am Jean Guy. My home next to the garden in question. The houses in this area are now 100 years old, part of the Homes for Heroes project, with gardens provided to be enough for growing food. Many of the residents in this area have lived here for a long time, not 100 years, but myself 47. I'm seriously concerned about mine and my neighbours' well-being. I feel we have been given little thought and consideration of how this project will impact on our lives. It has always been peaceful and safe living here, and this needs to continue. This garden is not a big enough area, I feel, to cram in 4 single occupancy homes if this project goes ahead. It leaves very little space to keep the garden aspect intact, so beneficial for all concerned, including those passing by. The general feeling is that 2 homes would work better, but please consider no more than 3. Another important aspect to review is the privacy for the family living in number 39, with very little garden left for them. The backs of these homes are very close to their boundary. The distance between their front door, a living room window and bedroom and above is 2¼ metres from the boundary. Surely this is not acceptable. Whatever the decision, I will be a caring and respectful neighbour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean. Very kind, thank you. Just turn the microphone off, perhaps you or your friend there. Press the button again. Thanks. Thank you. Press it again, so it's still on, unfortunately. Yeah, sometimes you have to press it sort of definitely, and then that's it, you've done it. Yes? No? That's it, thank you. Sorry to bother you with that. Thank you. Right, so the third speaker in objection is Alexandra Pearson. We have a statement to be read out. I presume there's still time, James, in the 6 minutes.
We do have time, Chair.
Yeah.
Ms Pearson has asked us to share pictures, so there's 2 things we need to ask for the public record. One, if you are happy to share the pictures.
Yeah, happy to share them as long as they are in the public domain.
And if we can ask the planning officer to share them and confirm for the public record these pictures are in the public domain already, so people could find them on the portal.
Can you do that, Samaya? I don't know if you can do that straight away or it'll take a while.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
So they are in the public domain. Let me just share my screen. Can you see the slide?
Thank you. So, as is the case, before you start reading, James, as is the case in this room that we're putting planning in since COVID and before, the presentation screens are not easily visible. So councillors may well need to get up and get closer if they can't see them well enough from where they sit, but they might be okay with these. So, but anyway, I'll leave it up to them. So James, if you're ready to speak, then please.
Statement from Baldock Road, sorry, Baldock Way resident. I live at Baldock Way, diagonally across the road from the proposed development on the corner of Hills Avenue and Baldock Way. I recently attended a meeting on the site with It Takes a City, which local residents were able to hear more of the proposals. To the overwhelming feeling from residents was that this is an overdevelopment of the site, and if we lose the current community garden, then 2 rather than 4 pods would be far more appropriate for a site of this size and location. For the project to be a success, the views of current residents as well as those moving into the area need to be respected and considered, as we would all like the plan to provide housing for homelessness if it goes ahead, to be given the best possible chance for success. The area is a very green and leafy garden suburb. It mainly comprises 3-bedroom family homes. Placing 4 pods on this site is too many for this garden suburb. The pods would breach the current building lines on Baldock Way, by about 4 metres, and Hills Avenue by about 7 metres, equivalent to almost 2 pod widths. The planned pods are entirely out of keeping with more traditional style houses in the site, which date back to the 1920s and have front and back garden space and no breach of the building lines. If the proposal goes ahead, one of the 2 trees with preservation borders on them will have to be cut down. The other, a beautiful sweet gum, will have the branches cut off at a height of about 3.5 metres above the ground level to create headroom for the pod. This will destroy the look of the beautiful trees in its prominent position on the corner of Hills Avenue and Bulldog Way. The proposed permeable paving and drainage encroaches into this tree root protection area, which could be detrimental to its survival. I'm also concerned that the vent pipe for the sewer drain, which is to be put alongside the bike stroke bin store at the back of the footpath on Bulldog Way, will emit smells from the sewer into the air. If instead there are to be 2 pods, all existing trees could be retained and there will be more natural garden space for residents to enjoy, which we know is so vital for mental health. There would also be less impact on the immediate neighbours. I do question the design of the proposed landscaping, which includes wood fencing at 1.5 metres high on the back of the footpaths and 2.1 metres high on boundaries with adjoining houses. There are also raised plant boxes for new plants. Is this fencing really needed, and could the plants along the site boundary not go directly into the ground, giving a more natural feel to the garden? I do have some reservations about the wisdom of placing this project in a residential area, which is very different to the Newmarket Road site to which it's being compared. The Newmarket Road site has easy access to support networks, shops, football grounds, cafes and swimming pool. This area has no such amenities nearby. This aspect is important as the residents will need to be here for a year at a time before moving on, so need places which provides opportunities to meet others quickly and feel part of a community before moving on to their permanent homes. In summary, I feel that if the community garden cannot continue as it is, please consider putting 2 rather than 4 pods in this beautiful space, so some of the feel of a garden suburb can be preserved. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Was that within the 6 minutes, was it?
Just about, Chair, I think plus or minus 10%.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So was it more? Okay, so the applicant, you can have another few seconds afterwards if you need it. So, Chris Jenkin, you've got 6 minutes and a bit to speak. You're a public speaker, and it's the right-hand button on the microphone. It will light up when you press it. So, yeah, when you're ready.
Okay.
If you're going to speak standing up, just make sure you hold your paper to one side of the microphone, because then you can read it and we can hear you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning, Chair. Thank you for this chance to speak. I speak for the application, being the applicant. Perhaps I could just start by saying thank you to the planning officers for their very kind and positive report, and to all those that have spoken so far for the positive undertones underlying some of the concerns about the development, for which I'm grateful. I'm the chair of the applicant, Exeter City Community Land Trust. One of our missions is to bring organisations of finance together to provide supported homes for the homeless using modular homes on meanwhile or permanent land. Steep increases in the cost of living and the price of land are hampering the strenuous efforts by the council and its partners to prevent, mitigate and relieve homelessness. The November 22 Rush Sleeper count, 23, was up 9 on the year before. In March 2023, 80 single homeless people were in temporary accommodation and a further 200 in hostels, biding their time waiting for housing. At least the same number, again, are hidden from view without a home to go to. Over 2,200 people sought council help due to housing stress last year, up 10% in a year. Over 800 were owed a statutory homelessness duty. Excellent work by many is starting to transform the journey away from the street, even for the most entrenched rough sleepers. But this journey needs a destination, somewhere to call home. And a home is more than a front door key and more than a support worker. A home represents connection and community, the things that rough sleepers had to leave behind. Our well-regarded work at Crossways is transforming winter provision in the city, and we aim to provide the same walk alongside and coordinate support model in our modular home schemes to reconnect people to community, provide wraparound care, so that our residents don't just survive, they thrive. We've asked the Council only to refer those with low to medium needs who will benefit from being in a community setting, and we do seek the help of the local community to welcome their new neighbours. Using modular homes brings into play plots of land that cannot be used for traditional housing. The homes we use have a minimum 60-year guarantee of life and can be installed and deinstalled in a day. They're made off-site in a training facility for young disadvantaged people who are themselves at risk of homelessness, providing a virtuous circle of support. University of Cambridge research into previous schemes has shown the positive benefits of small groups of these easy-to-manage homes for filling the dream of a front door key that has so often been denied before. The Council's housing development team offered us this plot of land in January 2021 and confirmed it in September 2022. It's a good site for us, safe, green, far from any negative influences, and integrated with a stable residential community that the occupants would aspire to rejoin. Our plans were approved by the Housing Scrutiny Committee in March 2023. Our planning application was endorsed by housing development officials in April and then submitted. The required modular homes are built and paid for, ready for delivery. Capital has been raised from donors, charities, and social investors to pay for the homes, prepare the site, run in utilities, and install and commission the homes. Extraordinary levels of pro bono and discounted work has been done by an array of local engineering and advisory firms to achieve the detailed designs and costings. The prime contractor is being selected. There are many who are waiting for the chance to be in their own home. While this is perhaps just a dent in the problem, a successful scheme that demonstrates a financially sustainable model would unlock finance and land for further schemes. Members will know that while the homes can be removed and reused elsewhere, the infrastructure costs for preparation, utilities, installation, and landscaping get left behind. To make these schemes sustainable, we need to recover those costs over the life of each scheme to help fund a replacement scheme, or if the scheme is extended, we can fund an additional scheme. The rate of recovery depends on the rent contributions due from residents. The infrastructure costs are about the same, whatever the scheme life or the number of units. So to keep rents low, we maximise the scheme size and life. Hence our application for a 10-year grant of permission and a strong desire for a 4-unit scheme. In this way, over time, older schemes can help to fund newer schemes in a virtuous and sustainable circle. Councillor Mike Davey, responding to the Council's State of the City report, said that it rightly identifies house prices as being more unaffordable in Cambridge than in most other cities, why the Council is working so hard with its partners to build more council homes that we can let at more affordable rents. Our agents, Carter Jonas, have responded to the technical issues in the application. We have the support of technical consultees, planning officers, and many members of the local community. I ask members to partner with us to approve a scheme that is affordable and sustainable so that many more homeless friends can find somewhere to call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you. Right, next speaker is Councillor Bird. You're with us online, I think, Councillor Bird, so if you're ready to speak now. Hello, good afternoon, Councillor. So you have unlimited time to speak when you're ready, Councillor.
Okay, thanks, Chair, and thank you to all the members for letting me speak today. We all know that these modular homes make a big difference to the homeless community in Cambridge. We've got quite a few around certain wards, and they've all worked out well. They get support, they get a front door key, they get a bank account, and then they can get a job. Some have been successful by doing this, and this is important. They're good for the community, and they're not violent or anything like that. They're just normal people who are desperate for a front door. And this is one of my big ambitions, is to get as many pods in Cambridge as possible. As we know, the homeless numbers have gone up. We had the figures the other day. to show it, and it's really worrying. And if we could get more of these pods around the city, it'd be fantastic. We have 4 in East Chesterton. I'm always looking for more and more to have in here. I've got a couple of areas I'm looking at. And I, as you know, I always ask members if you've got any piece of land that we could put some of these pods in, please tell me. So I'm asking you as members of this committee to please approve this scheme. Great scheme. These modular homes are fantastic inside. That they look like a box, but when you get inside, you'll be surprised. Thank you, Chair. That's all I need to say, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Bird, for coming along to address the committee. So Councillor Bird is the Executive Councillor for Housing and Homelessness at Cambridge City Council, just to be clear. So the final speaker is Sam Davis, but she's sent in a statement to be read out. She's a ward councillor in Cambridge City Council. So, James, do you want to read out Sam's, Councillor Davis' statement, please?
Statement from Councillor Sam Davies, 2 paragraphs. It has been clear from conversations I've had with individual residents and the feedback provided at the on-site drop-in organised by It Takes a City earlier in the summer that while many residents are supportive in principle of this application, they are concerned by the degree of overdevelopment of the site. They and I have expressed a marked preference for 3 pods rather than 4. This would enable the retention of the open aspect of this corner plot referred to in the officer's report, and also the retention of at least 1 tree now slated for removal. I hope the committee will be able to recommend this approach for reconsideration by the applicant, given the applicant's desire for community goodwill towards and support for the site. This seems like a positive compromise. Statement ends.
Thank you very much, James. So just a couple of things I'll say before we start proper on debate. So a couple of the speakers have suggested a different number of pods. We've got 4 on the table in front of us for consideration. 3 have been 3 and 2, I think, have been mentioned. So the item in front of you, councillors, is 4. That's what you need to consider today. We don't redesign schemes on the table. The other thing is just to be clear on if there's any interest to be declared. So the land, Sumaya, belongs to Cambridge City Council. The organisation that's applying for this development is It Takes a City, which is funded by Cambridge City Council and National Philanthropic Trust, as far as I can see. So Cambridge City Council might have an interest in those 2 respects. Can you confirm, please, Sumaya?
It's correct that the land is owned by the City Council. However, It Takes the City is the applicant for this application. And it will be managed by them, not Cambridge City Council.
Okay, we don't normally ask speakers to say anything else when they've finished, but it might be something to correct. So, Chris, you want to say something. So if you come over to the microphone thing again, and is it with regard to ownership of land, whatever is it?
It's regard to the applicant is It Takes a City Community Land Trust, which is a charitable community benefit society, which I chair. It is distinct from It Takes a City Cambridge, which is a charitable company that I also chair. This application is from the Community Land Trust, which hitherto has not received any funding support from the City Council. It Takes a City, the charitable company, has and works closely with the City Council, but the Community Land Trust has not received any direct funding from the City Council as at the current time. So I thought I'd better just correct that for the record, Chair. Forgive my interruption.
Yeah, if you turn the microphone off. Yeah, so thanks for that, and thanks for clarifying for the public record. I was just looking at the website there, so good to know. Thank you very much. So let's get on with debate then, councillors. I can start off if need be. Do I see a hand up? Yes, Councillor Bennett, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak to the application from my experience as an Abbey Ward councillor. We have the pods on Newmarket Road and on Barnes Close. And I also have some questions for the case officer. Our pods in Newmarket Road and Barnes Close are all 10 years. So why is this 5 years for this particular application? What happens after 5 years? Does temporary become permanent, or does the former community garden get built on? My second issue is a more general one. We have really good homelessness infrastructure in Abbey. We have the Jimmy's Halfway House and Peveril. We also have 451 Newmarket Road, also run by Jimmy's. We have the Access Surgery on Newmarket Road and the Access Dentistry practice, the only ones in Cambridge. We have a community library 1.5 minutes away from the pod, plus the Abbey People Community Hub, the Food Hub, and also 2 very active ministers from Barnwell Baptist Church and Christ the Redeemer. And we have a bus stop. And with respect to the applicant, there isn't really any of that in Queen Edith's. So although I'd be keen to see more homeless pods, I'm really concerned about the level of support and that will be received by these people afterwards. I'm also concerned about the attitude of the community. There are a lot of people in Abbey Ward who are one sort of paycheck away from going into rent arrears, or have been in low-level rent arrears for a very long time. People feel that homelessness is something that could happen to them, and I think it makes them more sympathetic and accepting of the residents of a pod. I'm really not sure that's the case in Queen Edith's. I am also aware that there have been 4 pods bought and paid for quite a long time, and that we failed to find sites for them elsewhere. And I'm just concerned. I know that we're not allowed to rewrite on the table, but I am concerned about the number of pods going into this space. Thank you. So if I could remind the case officer, my question was, why is this 5 years, not 10? And what happens afterwards? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I'm going to ask some questions rather than... this is a temporary building, but it does cover temporary buildings, but it does cover a lot of the site. And my questions are I want some clarity. If this was to be accepted, would it set any level of precedent for an application coming later for any permanent building? I think... is there any precedent and the footprint? I think I'm concerned about the extent of the footprint of 4 units. And then the other thing is about amenity space for the people who will be living here. How does the amenity space, the amount of amenity space per individual, compare with other sites where they've been temporary pods in place? I think those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Power.
Sorry, external amenity space is what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, external amenity space. Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor.
I think Councillor Carling was before me.
I was trying to go left and right, so I keep going to... But come on then, Councillor Carling, you go next.
Thank you. Can I just start, Chair, by declaring a potential interest in that? I think I was at the Housing Scrutiny Committee as a reserve member when this application was discussed then. The comments I made at that meeting did not relate to the planning aspect of it. It was just the principle, so I feel I'm not vetted in my discretion in the similar vein to Councillor Power. So, essentially, the query that I had was, again, about the 5 to 10 years thing, and I think others have raised it to an extent. But we'll hear what the response is from that. But I would be minded to say that if we retain a period of 5 years, perhaps rather than it just ending at the end of that, there should be some kind of review. rather than there's kind of being a blanket end to a scheme if we're minded to approve it. I just think that that's not the best use of things. And there seems to be some confusion as well from what Councillor Bennett said in terms of the Newmarket Road ones being 10 years, because the report in front of us on page 78, paragraph 8.15, says that the temporary period for Newmarket Road was 3 years. So I would appreciate some clarification on that and whether there is a precedent for having 10-year sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, one more and then we'll go back to the officer for some answers. So, Councillor Poorer.
Thank you, Chair. Personally, I understand the officer's reasoning for 5 years because I think it allows the community to see how it goes. And I think by definition that then it takes the city could come back for more, or it could come back for a new site. We can't really, something would have to happen at that point, either pods go or something else. So I'm satisfied with that. Being slightly pedantic, if this does go through, I would like officers to ask whether they would strengthen conditions 12 or 14 to explicitly have reference to the root protection area for the, I think it was T2, the TPO tree, just because it is in the report that we might need special drainage and we need no dig foundations, etc. And I'm just mindful that they're the standard conditions, so I just think it would, well, whether officers would accept that, but basing the drainage and the tree protection, I'd like reference to be made explicitly to that tree. It's a difficult one because before, when we've had these pods, they've been 25 metres squared, which is obviously very small. So in a funny way, it's really great to see bigger ones, but obviously that has a knock-on effect that the footprint is then considerably bigger. So I do welcome the larger size because it comes nearer to our space standards. But at the moment, I do share some concerns about, in effect, if it was 3, I think I'd be very comfortable with it. It's the 4th one. However, I wondered if the officer at some point might be able to take us back to the photo, because I went to the site yesterday and walked around it quite extensively on my own. Well, you know, no interference from applicants or objectors. And there is actually, on the pavement of Hills Avenue, a very large sort of permanent hedge bush area that is, and you've got the big tree that's still there. So to a certain extent, whilst I understand the concerns about loss of verdant character, I don't know whether it's possible to even get it up on Google Street View, because the tree is remaining that's in the road and there's a big, I would say it's a metre and a bit high of bushes on the pavement that won't be moved. That does reassure me somewhat that the visual impact wouldn't be as acute as if they were going. And finally, I think one of the objectors talked about the reduction in the crown of the tree protected, the TPO tree. So I just wanted a little more information about that. And I think one of the residents also suggested that there were 2 tree protection orders, but it only says 1 in the report. So again, if officers could just clarify that, because the reduction of the crown in principle isn't necessarily a big thing, but it would be useful to understand just how drastic that would be. Thank you.
Okay, so Mayor, do you want to answer those questions then, please? And we may have some more afterwards.
Yes, I can. So, sorry, Chair, I just want to be clear. Do you want me to go through the neighbour comments, or do you just want me to go through the councillors' questions, just to be clear?
Yeah, good point. So do you mean the speakers today, or do you mean the comments that are written in the report at 7.2?
The speakers today.
Yeah, no, that would be good. Please do that.
Okay.
Please do that first
And
before you do councillors.
yeah, and perhaps that would help answer some questions regarding the trees and other issues. So, with regards to having less pods on site, one of the things that was brought to officers' attention is that having any less than what is proposed would not be viable. And given that these are temporary units, that can be assessed much later when a Section 73 is submitted, should the applicant want to do that. And the other point is that, of course, we can't redesign this scheme as it is today. With regards to the points that the resident raised regarding the TPO, I'm just going to show you my, to just explain exactly where the TPOs are. So on site, there is only one TPO, and that's the sweet gum, which is the corner tree, this one here. This one is actually the large tree that is on the public realm. So essentially there's only one tree that has a tree protection order on it. And therefore, let me just bring up the site photos so that you can see which one I'm talking about. Right. So essentially this is the TPO tree, and then the large one, this one, is the one on the public realm. The small trees, it isn't TPO, this one here. Can you see my cursor? Sorry, I'm not sure if you can.
Yeah, the laser thing's better, but we can see it, I think. I can anyway. Yes, Councillor.
The tree officer's report says that T2 and T4 both have TPOs on.
So looking at let me just bring it up.
So, Samir, one of the councillors just interrupted you there to say that the tree officer says T2 and T4 have TPOs on.
Yes, on our mapping system, this is what it's shown, that this is the tree relating to this on the public realm, not the one, although it shows that it's within the site, but I believe it's the larger one on the street.
Those ones you're showing, Samir, what numbers are they? T what and T what?
So this is T1 and this one is T2.
Okay.
Am I being clear? Perhaps. So this is T1 and T2.
You're being clear, Samir, but there seems to be some contradiction between what you're saying and what the tree officer has said. So I'll leave it up to officers. You carry on.
Okay. So with regards to works on the trees, there is condition 10 and 12, which essentially states that before any works or tree works are carried out, they will need to comply to this condition. So in terms of the canopy or works to the canopy of the tree, they will need to first ensure that the condition is discharged before any works are carried out. The neighbour raised concerns regarding drainage. Of course, this is regulated under building control, and any services installed will need to be installed properly. And there was also a matter regarding the fencing of 1.5 meters, and the fencing I'm talking about. Sorry, let me just stop sharing so I can bring it up. So the neighbour raised concern regarding the fencing along Baldock Way being 1.5 meters high, and officers consider this to be acceptable. However, we are happy to perhaps have a condition to reduce the height of that. They did raise issues regarding the fencing of 2.1 meters, which is along here, but this is for privacy reasons, and that's why it's that high. And there was also issue regarding landscaping, in that they mentioned planters. However, we can put a condition asking for more permanent landscaping provisions, such as a hedgerow or some sort of soft landscaping. So officers, in a sense, are happy to have a condition in that regard. With regards to amenities, or not having a lot of amenities nearby, officers have assessed that about 8 minutes walk there is a convenience store, and then 12 minutes walk there is a GP surgery, and about 8 minutes walk there are along Hills Road. A lot of buses do serve in and out of the city, and then it's not very far from the station, Cambridge Station. So that's that. So moving on to the councillors' questions regarding the differences between a 5-year and a 10-year, or why we decided for a 10-year. The Newmarket Road application, which is the one I referred to and the one I looked at, in the original permission, they granted a 3-year, and then of course later they applied for a Section 73. However, I haven't looked at the details of that. In response to that, the 5-year is to allow to see, to allow the development, basically to see how successful the development will be. And the applicant does have opportunity to put in a Section 73 application should they wish to, and then that would again be assessed and considered at the time of when they do submit that application. And with regards to setting a precedent, so indeed, if indeed a Section 73 application is submitted for a longer permission, that has to be assessed on its own merit, and of course, the justification needs to be provided from the applicant of why that is, should they wish to. But we felt that a 5-year is reasonable, and it was more or less in line with what was granted on Newmarket Road, which was a 5-year permission. So with regards to amenity space, which is outdoor amenity space, there is a small patio area for the residents. So this is a patio area for them to sit and have outdoor space for themselves. These are generally designed for a certain type of people, and the spaces provided is appropriate for the tenants that would be living in these units. Photographs. So let me just bring up the photographs. I can discuss things. Sorry, Chair, can you remind me of what was asked for in regards to the photographs? Sorry, my notes are not very clear.
Oh dear, that's a good question. James, that was the speaker, was it the third speaker? Oh, was it,
no,
sorry,
it was Councillor.
Oh, Councillor Boyd, do you want to repeat your question now, please?
So what I wanted to, the concern the officers raised is from Hills Avenue, I think, which is to the right as we're looking at these photos, that obviously the building line comes further forward. But what I think I'm trying to say is the big tree you can see in the picture to the right and the hedge, the left-hand picture. Go to the left-hand.
Oh, this one?
The other one, I think. That one. I'm right in saying that hedge there, that just where your cursor is, that's remaining, isn't it? Because that's on the public highway. And I say for me, that reduced my concern about the loss of verdancy, because actually the big tree and the hedge, bush, whatever it is remaining. But again, I don't know if the officer wants to add any more, because I'm aware one of the trees going is just behind that big tree, but the big tree and the hedges will remain. So I suppose for me, I was trying to work out how much that mitigates the fact that the pods are much closer to the road than the normal building line. So I just thought it'd be useful to see that photo again, because to me that does reassure me somewhat. Does that make sense? Because obviously the suggestion is there's some verdancy lost when we lose some of the trees on the site, but my point is those two will still remain just outside the site. So if you're looking down Hills Avenue, it will mitigate somewhat.
Yes, that's correct. The other thing I want to mention is that there will be another tree that's going to be planted in this location here. So so there will be another tree here as well, albeit these 2 trees will be removed. There will be another smaller tree to replace T4. And the removal of T4 was acceptable by the tree officer in their response. And indeed, having these large trees and of course the hedgerow on the public realm will help mitigate that visual impact, particularly from the corner of Bordeaux Quay and Hills Avenue. I believe, Chair, I've answered all the questions, but if I haven't, please do say so I can respond to them as well.
Yep, okay, thanks, Mayor. We'll come back if need be. So I've got a few points, questions, maybe other councillors as well. So I'll go first. So, yeah, when I saw the scheme, I first thought of Newmarket Road, but others have said it's not the same as that. But that was the one that came to my mind, and also my warding, things such as there are schemes I know about similar to this. So that was my thought. It's interesting that one of the objectors talked about it not fitting in. And one of my first thoughts was that it could be a 2-storey construction because that would fit better with the dwellings around it. I'm not sure that these sort of applications for homeless people tend to be 2-storey, and perhaps that might be even less attractive to local residents, possibly, who've spoken already. So the other thing, on the pods that are proposed, Mayor, I think you said there were 32 square metres. So 37 square metres is the minimum space standard for accommodation generally. I think I remember pods coming, a different sort of pod, but same sort of thing, coming to this committee before at 25 square metres, so that this is significantly more than that. And I'd just like some reassurance that 32 square metres, which is still less than 37, is sufficient for people, because homeless people are still people, to live in comfortably. On the apple tree, I'm perfectly happy with that being removed. I'm not an expert in any of that, but it seems to me that apple trees are planted, you crop them, and then eventually you plant new apple trees. So it's not a London plane, for example. On the 1.5 metres high fencing, that seems perfectly sensible to me. It's 5 foot high, could be higher in terms of policy, but that seems like a good height. Landscaping, I'd say that the suggestion that the planting was in the ground as opposed to in pots, that seems a good suggestion to enable it to grow, get the rain on it, rather than pots which need to be watered. So I think that would be a good plan. And all in all, I think it's a good scheme, and I feel willing to support it unless I hear contrary evidence from councillors in the room. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. It may be a tad cramped, it may be a little close to each other, and it may disturb local people's current amenity. But a critical mass is needed to make this sort of thing work. 3 homes with wraparound care, or 4 homes with wraparound care, I don't see a great deal of difference. This is a massive opportunity to help people who, with support, can be brought back into the community. Residents that have raised the issue of distance from the shops, etc., doesn't that apply to them? Don't they have to go to the shops? These people are people, as you said yourself. These are real people that are on bad luck and have been will be selected for using these homes. I would not like to think, and I'm sure it's not true, that there's some sort of prejudice going on here. I would hope that the local area support will be forthcoming to assist the wraparound care that the association will provide. We need to put ourselves out to help those that are less fortunate than ourselves. And this is one of those opportunities that this Planning Committee should support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I don't think my original question about the footprint of the 4 pods and setting a precedent for any future applications being dealt with. Also, if these are absolutely a very important social benefit in these 4 units, but if this was for a temporary building for, I don't know, for something else associated for something else, I think the size of the footprint in relation to the proportion of the site would be really questionable. They're taking up a lot of the site. And your comment about, if there were, it's not necessarily the 4 units, I have real concern about the footprint on this size of site. And if if it was 2 on 2 and a smaller footprint and more external amenity space, then that might have, provided the same sort of thing. But the external amenity space, my question was, how does that relate to the external amenity space of similar pod provisions, where I know we've done it elsewhere in the city where we've taken down garages and put up pods, but there seemed to be more external amenity space. And I'm not clear about this T4, the tree T4, whether it does have a TPO on it, as stated in the tree officer's report, or is the TPO on T1, as stated by the case officer. Now, the T1 is a much bigger tree, and it may be logical that has the tree preservation order, but the tree officer states that T4 has that on, and it may be that if it is T4, it may have been for reasons to do with the presence of the tree in the streetscape, which we haven't been. That may be important. That hasn't been considered. So, when these buildings, if T4 is removed, then it will change the site quite substantially, so that in the future, if there is an application for a permanent building here, tree 4 will be gone, and the site may be the poorer for it in the long term. It may be that it's needed to be removed for the 4 pods. So I'm not clear about T4, and I'm concerned about the overall footprint. I think it's a fantastic social provision, and I think I think the residents will support the people here immensely, as we've heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back, I don't think the officer addressed whether you'd be willing to strengthen conditions 12, possibly 10, but 12 and 14, to reference the protected tree explicitly, because I think that would be helpful. I also just asked a little bit about the reduction of the crown, if the officer had any views. And a new point, given, because I totally agree with Councillor Bajan, it's a social good, but the problem, we're planning committee, we have to look at it with the footprint. I echo Councillor Thornborough's concerns that not about this being expanded, but if a developer moves in 5 years and says, I want to build something on this footprint, there's a precedent set, we need to be clear that we are not setting that precedent here. This is particular to a single story, short-term usage. But along the fence that's proposed along the Hills Avenue side, could we look at a boundary condition to try and increase put a hedge up against it? Because I think a lot of the issues are that it's going to be a big fence, where previously the fence at the moment is just posts that are sort of huge gaps, and so you can see the greenery through it. So could we address some of those concerns about verdancy by putting in a new condition or amending an existing boundary condition to make sure that those fences are supporting some kind of green infrastructure as well? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. And finally, Councillor Carling.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Porras just made one of the points I was going to with respect to, we just talked about that hedgerow being retained, and there's going to be a fence in front of it, which kind of loses some of the benefit there. And I wonder if we can look at the fence design would probably help if we could perhaps have that section of fence and other relevant sections of fence just be over design where you can see straight through it. That would be much better. I think Councillor Bajan's made some extremely powerful points about the social benefit of this application. It's a major consideration for us, absolutely. And I couldn't agree more. but also, as others have said, we do have to look at this from a planning perspective. I was going to ask about the colour of the buildings, because I think some residents have expressed concern about sort of the site looking quite jarring, and with them being sort of coloured black, that sticks out a lot, I think, from surrounding residences. And I wondered whether we could look at even something like that to try and help mitigate the impact of the appearance of it, just changing the colour of them to match the surrounding houses more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Others may agree or disagree with the last point. I'll go back to you now, Samaya, and then we might have a final round of questions after that if need be. Samaya.
All right, thank you. Chair. So I've looked onto the tree officer's comments, and I'm incorrect. So you are correct that T2 and T4 have a legal protection. So in my report, I did reference that T2 and T1 are. So that needs to be corrected in my report. It should be T2 and T4, which are on site. T1 in her comments say that doesn't have any protection order, so there is a mistake in my report in that regard. And in terms of the tree canopy part, there is a condition, condition 10 and 12, where it talks, it requires a phased tree protection methodology and a tree protection plan to be submitted before any works are carried out on the trees. In terms of adding a condition in regards to having more of a soft landscaping rather than the planters, we can add another condition requiring more like a hedgerow along Hills Avenue, and to soften that particular area. With regards to the setting a precedent, should a developer come along and state that there was an approved development on this site, each application is assessed on its own merit, and this is a temporary permission for specific use for specialist housing. And should an application be put forward before the local authority, it has to be assessed on its own merit. I'm not sure if Toby Williams can add to that. I would appreciate it. And with regards to condition 12 and 14 to be strengthened, I believe, hold on, let me just double check. That can be done by way of adding a more specifically talking about, drainage and protecting those trees. And with regards to the amenity and the size of the unit, so these units have been designed for specific uses, and what has come out from the planning, the submitted planning statement, is that the tenants that are or will be living in these units need to be able to manage the space around them, given the circumstances that they're coming from. So these units are designed specific for them in order for them to live in those units and manage the unit properly. In terms of the external amenity space, indeed, the external amenity space is much smaller compared to all the other projects that we have had and approved on, for example, Newmarket Road. Newmarket Road is a completely different site in the sense that it's much larger and this is much smaller. However, the patio areas provided does provide some level of outdoor amenity space. Of course, officers would have wanted more space, but this is the development or the proposed development before members to determine and decide on whether this is acceptable. In terms of the change of the colour, I'm not sure what to say about that, because we have this application before us and we are to decide on its design and its impact in the area. And and the timber, proposed timber material is of a soft material, and it does allow that lightweightness, and officers consider that it's acceptable in terms of its appearance in the street scene and in design terms.
You done, Samaya?
Yes, I think
Yep.
I've answered all the
Yep.
points.
All right, thanks. I'll just say a couple of things, and maybe there's something else from somebody. I can see a hand already. Yep. Here we go. So just picking up that first on the colour. So there's a whole architectural tradition in terms of painting buildings or colouring buildings black or a dark colour, both in terms of smaller buildings like sheds and garages to buildings on the fens and farm buildings and that sort of thing. I think it feels entirely appropriate here, in my opinion, but I mean, we can put that to the vote. I mean, it could come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes in terms of the colour of the building, I guess, although, you know, this colour is what we've got in front of us today. I think with the planting, hedge, trees, all of that, it will mitigate this development. So I'm happy with that, but like I say, the councillor can put that to the vote if he so wishes, if someone wants to second that. You said, Samaya, that T1 was not protected, but is it not protected by virtue of being on the public highway? I thought that was the case, unless I'm wrong. And finally, a lot's been said in favour of this development. I'd just like to draw attention to the 17 representations that have been received in objection. I won't go through the whole list, but I'd really like to note the first 3 bullet points. So, is it the case, Sumaya, that this is an inappropriate use, I think it's a typo there, use of land for homeless housing that should be used for family housing? Does that relate at all to the local plan in any way? The character, appearance and scale of this is out of keeping the area due to a single-storey nature and sited in front of the existing buildings on Hills Road. Is that something that you consider to be a pertinent factor? And finally, the nature of the development would lead to antisocial behaviour and safety, presumably safety issues on school children on Morley Road. Is there any evidence to support that view, Samaya? Any more questions, councillors? I think Councillor Levine was first.
Thank you, Chair. And briefly, last paragraph in the executive summary says that this is finely balanced, and that's absolutely right. I find myself one way, swayed one way and swayed the other way. I have to say that the submissions that Councillor Bird and Councillor Bagent made are actually very strong submissions, and I really do understand what you were saying there. So I'd just like to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, I can't help feeling that I somewhat agree with my colleague about colouring. I mean, to mitigate the colours, we could perhaps have red, white, blue and green doors or something like that that would actually lighten up the whole area. The front door is an easy thing to change. It's not part of the planning permission, but we could make a recommendation that the front doors were coloured or choose bright colours from the rainbow.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
I don't think there is an argument made about the removal of the tree with the TPO on, and I completely agree that this is an extremely important social benefit here. But we have to deal with this on planning merit, and also that this is what we remove from this site is gone permanently, and it will be gone for any future design that comes forward. And I am really concerned about the overdevelopment and the lack of external amenity space if it is substantially less than other locations. I know I just think 4 pods which results in the removal of T4 is not. I'm really concerned about that and the lack of amenity space. I think the suggestions about the colouring is good. There's also there's in the report there's quite a lot about the biodiversity on the site, but there's no biodiversity net gain described in the application. And the apple tree is being removed, a very large apple tree, and apple trees fruit trees have 20 times more biodiversity merit than an ordinary tree. So there's a huge loss in biodiversity as a result of this, but we're balancing up everything. So we need to balance up what is removed from any concerns about what is coming. And I feel on balance that this is something that I can't support, although because I feel that 4 units is too many.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. Councillor Carling, is it about the colour thing or something else? Okay, before we get to that, can we just, I'll just interrupt proceedings slightly and just go back to the case officer. Can you, Sir Mayor, just confirm the colour of the application? It appears to be black stained timber and some brown elements as well, as far as I can see, or maybe just plain wood colour in terms of the fence. Can you just sum it up in a sentence, please, so we can know factually what it actually is on the table?
So the colour of the pods will be dark timber cladding, and it will have the fenestrations would be a grey finish. Let me just double check, sorry, in terms of what was written in. So it will be, so let me just start again in terms of the finishing materials. So timber boards with oak finish, dark finish. In terms of the windows, sorry, the application doesn't say, but I would presume it's, sorry, polyester coated box finish. Chair, it doesn't say on the application form, but I can definitely confirm that the walls will be border timber lap effect borders with oak finish / dark finish, so black finish.
I was about to surmise from what you said, Samaya, that it was dark and not black, but then you finished off by
Sorry,
using
it
the
said
word
black on the finish.
Oh, it says
On the
black.
application, yeah, it says black.
So there are oak and wood colours and then black as well, a collection of darker colours. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, sorry to interrupt you then, Councillor Carling. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I do think that changing the colour of the external walls of the properties would help to mitigate some of the concerns about the character. So what I'd like to do is seek advice from the case officer about what might be possible. If a condition isn't possible, perhaps an informative to request in some way that it's looked at. I'd like to request, basically I'd like to see what's possible and then probably put that to a vote, if I can, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Were there more hands up? I'll come back to you in a minute, Councillor, okay? Councillor Pora.
Sorry, yeah. Just to go on about the drainage, sorry, that condition. I would like the text from 8.22 to go into the drainage condition that basically says we're recommending a strategy that avoids root protection areas and uses trenchless technology. I just would like it to be in there. To be sure, I'm sure the applicant will do it. They're listening to the debate. But the other thing is, can we just get the pictures of the trees up? Because I'm getting really confused, because I think the bit what Councillor Thornborough's talking about is not what I understood, having been to the site, because you've basically got a little tree screened by a massive tree, and the massive tree is staying, is my understanding. But the apple tree is going, which for me is not. It was quite an elderly tree from what I could see from it. But I don't know if it's just possible for the office to put them back up just to run through. Because at the moment, the problem is the TPO log suggests that the tree protected is on the site, but I think the tree that's actually protected is the one on the road that's definitely staying. So I think, looking at that, the big green circle at the bottom is staying. I think I'm right. And the little one within that circle is the one that's going that isn't TPO'd. And then the only other one that's going is the apple tree, which is the big circle second down on the left. I think that's right, but I know Councillor Thorne, but I didn't know whether I don't know whether I've misunderstood. But certainly the big tree on the bottom is staying, as I understand it. But I would like to make sure the roots are, and for the one in the bottom left corner, the roots are clearly protected, so that we don't have a situation of someone digging down and accidentally damaging it. So, yeah, if the officer could just confirm that that is my understanding is correct, of which trees are going and which are staying and which are TPO'd.
Okay, we need to draw this to a conclusion then, councillors. So I think the principal development has been well discussed. There's these two outstanding issues of the trees and the colour of the development. So, Samaya, could you just cover the trees outstanding issues, please, hopefully?
Yes, so in terms of the tree T1, this is on the public realm, and that's the large tree which has the largest canopy. That is not TPO, but it is managed by the local authority. And that's why I mentioned earlier that my report is incorrect. T4 is a TPO tree, and that is this tree here, I believe, this little one. It looks like a Christmas tree, more or less. T2, so T4 is proposed for removal, and it needs to be removed in order for the development to go ahead because Unit 4 does lie within this area of T4. T2, which is this one here, that's the TPO tree, and that's is being retained. T3, which is this one here, that's the apple tree. That's this one here. That is proposed for removal. So T3 and T4 are being removed. T4 is a TPO tree. T2 is also TPO, but that one is being retained. T1 is not TPO. It doesn't have a tree protection order, but it's managed by the local authority, the city council. And this one is within the public realm. It's not in the site.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Samaya. And you forgot to just add at the end, you've already said it, but that T3, the position of T3 would be replaced with a new tree, wouldn't it, in the application?
Yeah.
So just going back to the colour then. So the applicant has come forward with a scheme that is a certain colour. The applicant is an expert in this field of providing this sort of accommodation. That's what they've chosen to put forward. I think we need to be careful that we don't want to jollify schemes with apparently naive colour schemes that make it, in a sort of childlike way, colourful and bright and friendly, when possibly these people that live in the scheme, at least at the start, perhaps are going through a difficult time in their life. And bright colours don't mean happiness. Bright colours are just a different colour spectrum, different colour light frequency in our eyes, that's all. And I'm not a great fan of the modernist tradition where red, blue and yellow somehow have some sort of godlike status in the world. I think if councillors want to bring this back to chair, vice chair and spokes in terms of, say, the colour of the doors or something, the front doors, that's fine. I mean, the one in King's Hedges, I think, is primarily orange, in fact, from memory. But, I mean, I don't feel this is for us to design on the table. I just feel this is wrong, that we should try to design a colour scheme for this sort of specialist development. But I'll leave it up to councillors. If you want to propose it and second it, we'll go from there. So, Councillor Carling.
Thank you, Joe. Just to clarify, I'm not suggesting we have bright colours everywhere. The issue is that surrounding houses are primarily pale, sort of bordering on white, like cream colour, and having black buildings in the middle is going to stick out significantly. So what I am asking is that we consider making them not random bright red, blues and whatever, but of a pale colour similar to the surrounding houses to mitigate the kind of concerns residents are raising about it sticking out. That is what I'm asking. I've asked sort of what the options would be in terms of conditions versus informatives on it. Really, I suppose, I'm not sure if that question's been answered, but what could be done, and then then I will decide whether or not to put that to a vote, essentially, is what I want to know.
Well, I've already asked Toby, and he said, and I'll let Toby speak in a minute, that, we could condition a colour scheme. Just to respond to you directly, Councillor, I mean, I think a building or set of buildings like this is different to houses in a residential area. These sorts of buildings, single-storey, low-level developments, tend to be more akin to garages or sheds or studios, that kind of extension development. And this kind of colouring might be better, and also, dark colour doesn't show the dirt and all of that, and light colour does, and might need more maintenance, that sort of thing. all these things are coming to my mind, but probably they've already come to the mind of the applicant, and more so indeed. But I'll leave it up to Toby to respond as well.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I don't really see this as a critical issue. We're looking at a 5-year consent here for temporary buildings. This is what the applicant's proposed in terms of a finish. It's a fairly standard finish for a timber product. It probably does make maintenance easier. It's a natural product. The council could consider, the committee could consider an alternative finish, but I don't see that as the critical issue with this application before members. So I don't think officers would be minded to run with a material finish condition. If members are split on the issue, you could vote on it, but I think the officer position is what is proposed is acceptable in terms of finish.
Okay, thanks, Toby. However, I mean, you've said something different, Councillor Colling, so please do put forward your proposal, and then if you've got a seconder, we can have a vote on it.
I think Councillor Bennett wants to comment first.
Sorry, okay, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that these units have already been constructed. If we change colour at this late stage, we are adding an additional cost to a community benefit organisation with very limited funds, who have already stated that going down from 4 units to 3 units would threaten the viability of a project. I would be very against any colour condition being imposed. And perhaps, you know, I would accept an informative, provided that was heavily qualified, in terms of not imposing an onerous cost obligation on the community organisation. Thank you.
Yeah, I was aware that it'd been said at the start that they'd already been built, and I was slightly riled by that because it hasn't come to committee and been decided on yet, but that's the applicant's risk. So I appreciate what you're saying, Councillor, but you know, that's up to the applicant really if they choose to make them before they've got planning permission. Councillor Poorer.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm really uncomfortable with making it much lighter, because actually, whilst the dark wood may be too dark for some people, it will actually be well disguised within the greenery around it. If you make them, I think we're redesigning it a little bit too much on the table. I think if you go for a bright white, for example, apart from the fact that it will discolour over time, that will make it far more visually prominent. And one of the big concerns of residents is also about, you know, having my feeling is if we've got the condition with extra hedging, we've got the fences having actually a brown or black. I mean, I'd be happy to move it to brown, but to be honest, I think tend to agree with the officers on this, that I think, you know, we've got what we've got on the table. And I think changing it to white would actually have impacts on residents that they haven't been able to discuss at this committee. So, and I'd be worried about Vice Chair, Chair and Spokes, because I'm not sure I'm not a colour expert. You know, I think I agree with officers that probably this one as it is. And for me, it would disguise it better to be dark rather than light anyway.
Yeah, okay, Councillor, thanks. I mean, we don't need to be colour experts for residents who happen to be councillors, and that's good enough, really, I think. But you know, to be fair to Councillor Carling and I think one other that spoke, he wasn't saying white, he was saying just a lighter colour to fit in better with houses. I suppose where we could go with this, and I'll leave it up to Councillor Carling to come back if he wishes, but is we could just leave it to come back to what Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes with what might still be possible to change, because it might still be possible that, say, everything hasn't been specified or finished, and you know, what is an option, and we can decide on that. But that will be after we've made a decision today, councillors, presuming that that decision is in favour of the recommendation. So you might not even wish to go there, so we'll have to see. Councillor Carling.
I mean, I think that's probably as sensible as we can have, Chair, so I'm happy to go with that.
Very much, Councillor. In that case, are there any more questions? Yes, Councillor Thornborough.
I don't think my question about precedent, this footprint creating a precedent in the future, nor the fact that there is a lot less external amenity space here compared to the other similar locations. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. So, Samaya, can you answer Councillor Thornborough's question then about precedent? So if this scheme is approved, what does that mean for the future, if anything?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the precedent of this site, should an application come forward, each application is assessed on its own merits. Like this application here is being assessed on its own merit. So should an application come forward in the future, it will be assessed on its own merit. The other issue to consider is this is a temporary permission and it's for specialist housing. And that is that. In terms of the amenity, indeed, this site does have, it is a much smaller site, and it does provide, one would say, a limited space for amenity space. However, there is a patio for each occupant to use, and these houses are for specific people and designed for a particular type of tenant. Reading the planning statement, one of the point is to ensure that guests and other people don't come. So basically, these units are designed specifically for tenants that are coming from difficult backgrounds. So in terms of minimizing the amount of space awarded to them. But again, one of the things that I need to stress is that it's a different site and it has a smaller footprint. And the only way that amenity was able to be provided is by providing small patio areas for each occupant. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I'm not sure if Councillor Thornborough is still content with that response. Possibly not. She hasn't said she wants to speak again. But I suppose, Mayor, would you want to say anything about, future uses of this site? So, if this development is approved, then is the fact that it exists a planning matter in terms of any future application on this site? Can you answer that? Did you get that, Samantha? So what I'm saying is, if the buildings in this application exist in the future, if a future application came forward to develop this site, would the fact that those buildings exist be a matter of planning interest in terms of making a judgment on whether a new application could be approved or not?
In terms of any other development coming forward, it has to be assessed on merit, and a precedent is not
You're right. You said that. It's okay. Stop there. So I'm going to go to Toby. Do you want to say anything, Toby, in further to that, or is it just the same answer?
Thanks, Chair. I mean, it's a material consideration, but this is not a permanent consent. This is a temporary consent for a specific use with specific needs. So I don't think the council is at risk of not being able to defend, for example, if a permanent house or flats came forward on here without any sufficient garden space. I don't think we are kind of prejudicing a future position or ability of the council to resist such a proposal.
Okay, I think you're going to have to make do with that, Councillor Thornborough, if that's okay. That's the best you're going to get in terms of an answer to your question. So I don't think there are any more questions. And just on your point, Councillor Thornborough, I don't think I concur with your summation on trees, because the tree that's removed is going to be replaced with a new tree in terms of the site and the number of trees on it and what could be developed on it in the future. But obviously it's your prerogative to have your own opinion, different to my opinion. So in that case, I think we'll go to the vote. Please.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 84 of the officer report. That is approved subject to the conditions as set out and subject to the variation of conditions 10, 12 and 14 to allow for specific reference to protected trees and the protection of roots to be incorporated within the drafting of those conditions delegated to officers, and the addition of a soft and hard landscaping scheme including boundary treatment to ensure permanent planting arrangements around the outside of the site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Toby. So the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
6 in support, Chair.
Against? Abstentions?
1 abstention.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much, Sir Mayor and officers and speakers and members. Very robust debate, very good. We'll now stop for lunch. So if you come back at 2:10 or thereabouts, then please half an hour's time. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back after lunch at Planning Committee. The next item on the agenda would have been item 7, 25 Devonshire Road, but that item has been withdrawn by councillors for a future meeting of this committee. Come back then. The next item is item 8, 3 to 5 Fen Road. The officer is Alice Young. Speakers, just the applicant, Peter Pope. So Alice, you want to present the item then, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me a minute whilst I get my presentation up. So this is an application for an outline application for 2 dwellings to the rear of 3 to 5 Fen Road, with some matters reserved except for access, layout and scale. Just to make members aware that there have been updated plans submitted to the council, but these are identical plans. It was just splitting them, so there's 1 plan per page to prepare for determination, as some matters are reserved for later approval. So the matters for consideration today are layout, scale and access. I've put the summary of each definition so members are aware of what the parameters of the assessment are today. So the layout is defined as the way in which buildings, routes and open spaces within the development are provided, situated and orientated within relation to each other and to buildings and spaces outside the development. Scale is the height, width, length of each building proposed within the development in relation to its surroundings, and access is the accessibility to and within the site for vehicles, cycles and pedestrians in terms of positioning, treatment of access and circulation routes, and how these fit into the surrounding access network. Both appearance and landscaping are reserved for later approval. So the site is located in the rear garden of 3 to 5 Fen Road on the northeastern side of Fallowfield. This site is surrounded by residential dwellings except for the substation, which is located to the northwest, just where my cursor is here. The site lies outside the conservation area and outside of the controlled parking zone. The site does fall within flood zone 2 and therefore it's considered at medium risk of flooding. So this is the site plan. This here denotes the building. You'll note that this area is in yellow. This is where the existing garage is, which is due to be relocated over here, and the access will be obviously relocated with it. And then obviously the existing substation is just here. These are the floor plans proposed. Ground floor, it's an open plan kitchen, living, dining area with a ground floor bathroom, leading up to 2 bedrooms at first floor with another bathroom. So these are the elevations, with the ridge height approximately 6 metres and the eaves at 4 metres. Obviously, I'd like to remind members that appearance is reserved for later approval and will come forward in a subsequent reserve matters if the application is approved today. These are the other elevations. So the application borders Fallowfields and comprises a residential garden land with several mature trees and a small brick garage. To the west of the site, there are 4 1.5-storey dwellings sited behind 179 to 181 Water Street, which is just here. Noting this, officers consider that the proposed 2 dwellings would conform to this pattern of development. The proposed dwellings would be sited fronting Fallowfield with a small setback from the street, providing space for a landscape frontage. It's a setback of approximately 1 metre here. These dwellings would be 1.5 stories in scale, which is the same as the scale in the developments to the west, responding to the surrounding scale of buildings. Officers consider that given the scale and layout proposed, that the proposal would respond to the prevailing character of the area, and subject to the reserved matters of appearance and landscaping could be a positive contribution. It would make a positive contribution to the street scene. The dwellings would have a good size side gardens, which retain a degree of openness from the street and provide an adequate external amenity space for future occupiers, noting that these are 2-bedroom dwellings. The dwellings would meet the internal space standards and provide sufficient space for bin and bike storage within the plot, details of which will be secured via condition. Given the 1.5 story scale, the location of the dwellings adjacent to the end of number 7 Fen Road, which is just this neighbour here, and the length of this garden, which is approximately 45 metres, officers consider that no significant overshadowing or overbearing impact would arise from the development. For the same reasons, officers consider that there would be no adverse impact to the host dwellings 3 and 5 Fen Road. In terms of access, the proposal includes removing an existing vehicular access currently serving 3 Fen Road, which is just here, and moving it south along Fallowfields, and demolishing the existing garage and erecting a new one in this location here. Originally, the plans included a 3D image where the garage extended beyond the red line, so it was beyond here, onto highway land. This has since been amended to contain the garage within the red line to address both the highway authorities and our concerns. Pedestrian visibility displays of 2 by 2 metres have been provided, and therefore officers consider that the proposal now addresses those and overcomes those concerns from the highway authority. Officers therefore consider that the proposal would not adversely impact upon the safe operation of the highway. So to conclude, the proposed development would deliver 2 high-quality dwellings in a sustainable location, making sustainable use of land with a minor contribution to housing supply. The high-quality design that would contribute, the proposal would have a high-quality design which would contribute to the surroundings and increase the design standard of the area, while meeting the carbon reduction and water efficiency requirements and of the local plan and enhancing biodiversity. Given the scale and layout proposed, the proposal would provide a good standard of amenity for future occupiers whilst maintaining surrounding residents' amenity. Therefore, officers' recommendation is one of approval subject to the conditions listed in the committee report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alice. So we've got a speaker, the applicant, Peter Pope. Are you here today? Yeah. Hello, Peter. Hi, good afternoon. So if you want to come to the public speaker thing there on your left-hand side. So if you press the button on the right, should light up. That's it. So you've got 3 minutes to speak, Peter, when you're ready.
Okay. So I am Peter Pope, the applicant, and this outline planning application is for a pair of sustainable homes at the bottom of my garden. There's no provision for off-street parking associated with the houses, as the location is well served by public transport. That's Cambridge North Railway Station, bus services 2 and 114. It has good cycling connections into town via Riverside and along the Chisholm Trail to the Science Park and to southern destinations via the new river crossing. It is therefore ideal for a car-free development. You will see, however, that the application also includes a vehicular access and location for off-street parking on what would remain as part of my garden at number 3 Fen Road. This might appear to be a contradiction in terms, retaining my privilege to have a car while limiting the freedom of others to do the same. In mitigation, I would point out that my car is electric and the new charging point I would install could be accessed by others through a service such as cocharger.com. Effectively, I rent out my charger to other users, providing a service in the community. As a further development, this can be extended to renting the car itself to other subscribers, using the scheme at Marmalade Lane as a model. Residents at the proposed new homes could be natural users of such a scheme. I have been involved through Transition Cambridge in promoting car sharing to the City Council and specifically electric cars. Recognising that cars usually spend 96% of their lives standing idle, the proposed intervention would be a small, practical contribution to that project. I must confess to being an electric vehicle enthusiast, having joined the Battery Vehicle Society in 1989. To summarise, this new off-street facility would replace my existing garage at the bottom of the garden, which would have to be demolished to make way for the new housing. I hope this clarifies any confusion that might arise in this forward-looking outline proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Thanks for that. Yep. Alice has, set out the application and also the type of application in her presentation. I just wanted Toby, just for any new councillors, to make us all aware of what an outline planning permission is.
Thanks. So hopefully most councillors will know, but there are two main ways of kind of gaining planning permission in the English planning system. One is through an application for full planning permission. The other is for outline and then reserved matters. So this is a two-part process. The outline part of the process effectively allows you to seek, in principle, whether something is acceptable on land and include some of the reserved matters if one wants as part of that outline. And then at a later date, if outline permission is granted, the applicant has the ability to come in for what is called reserved matters approval. So in this particular case, outline permission is being sought with matters that are reserved that include appearance and landscaping. The matters that they want you to consider, in addition to whether something is in principle acceptable on this site, includes access, layout and scale, and you'll see that the officer report takes you through what they mean in terms of planning lexicon. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Toby. That's useful. So, councillors, debate. Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
I just have a declaration of interest. I've known Peter Pope for many, many, many years, but this is an acquaintance, and so I don't feel I think I'm unfettered in this application. And I'd just like to say that even though this is an outline application, it's really nice to have clear heights and dimensions. That's all, really. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So just for all councillors, the legal officer did advise us, I think at the last meeting, that we should endeavour to make our declarations of interest at the start of the meeting. So just to say, thank you very much. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. Very quick one. On page 107, it says that the Highways Department of the county objected initially. I think, Alice, you mentioned that changes have been made to sort of our planning officer's satisfaction. Did the county team come back with any more detail, just confirming that they're happy with it, or are they still objecting? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So that's at 6.2 in the report. Alice, Councillor Pora.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting to get an outline permission for such a small site, but I suppose the applicant's choice if they have to come back again. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the tree loss, because I noticed that there's several mature trees on site, and whilst I appreciate landscaping obviously won't come till reserve matters. I just wondered if the officer could just explain which trees will be lost and how we're confident that a biodiversity net gain can still be achieved, although I am reassured that the applicant did talk a lot about sustainable housing. Nonetheless, I still think we need to make sure that that's covered, so when it comes back at reserve matters, nothing is lost if trees are, you know, if the site is developed to outline level first. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, back to you, Alice, please.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of Councillor Carling's point regarding the highway objection outlined in 6.2, we have an internal surgery which we take applications to regularly, and I took it to the highway surgery where all of the Highway Authority Development Management team are present, and they confirmed that this is acceptable to them, and given their previous written comments, I consider that they have been addressed through the revised scheme. In terms of the tree loss, which is Councillor Pora's comment, the majority of all of the trees on site are not protected. They're not in the conservation area, and they don't have a TPO, although I do take the point in terms of their amenity value and biodiversity value kind of being greater than just a protection. In terms of the tree loss, the majority of trees are going to be removed. In fact, I think all of the trees are going to be removed. The hedging to the front of the site is going to be retained as part of the development, as far as I'm aware. And in terms of the kind of consequent BNG implications, biodiversity net gain, we have a condition to secure biodiversity net gain for the site. This can be provided on site or off site, given the wording of the condition. Another thing to note is obviously there is a landscape condition which secures additional landscaping details to be supplied as part of the reserve matters application, which will come forward if this application is approved. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alice. Any more? Yes, Councillor Pora.
Just to come back on that, I suppose I'm a little concerned because this is outlined. Normally, if we were doing this at reserve matters, we'd know what trees were being replaced. So what I'm just a little bit worried is there might be a bit of a gap between, obviously the outline means you can go as far as we've consented. So I just want to make sure we capture the full biodiversity value, because I'm a little concerned. I know our standard condition says you can do it off site, but you know, I wonder if officers could comment on how I can be really confident that we will be actively looking to replace as many trees as possible on site. Because it's just it's frustrating because it's not reserve matters. I can't, you're asking us to approve something without knowing what's going to be replacing it. And I don't like the off-site thing. You know, we've said repeatedly that things should, and I appreciate the applicant said it's a very sustainable design, he has credentials in that area, but I think it is an important point. So I just wonder if officers would consider either making clear reference to trees being replaced where possible on site, or maintaining a level of verdancy or biodiversity, just so we don't end up with it all being off-sited. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Levine.
Thank you. I noticed that page 107, 6.3 notes that there's no car that's been covered or cycle parking on site. This part of town really is an ideal spot to have a bicycle, at least. Are residents here going to be limited to bus and walking? Let's have some cycle parking and some cycle boxes at least, I would have thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that slightly links to Councillor Pora's point about the separate application process, because we can get confused about what we're agreeing to and what we're not agreeing to. Another thing is the applicant did speak about electric cars and car charging, but I thought that new houses had to have electric charging built into them, but that doesn't seem to be the case here, as far as I can gather. Is that the case, Alice? And can you answer the other points as well, please?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of Councillor Pora's point regarding biodiversity value, when a biodiversity baseline is calculated, it's if trees have been removed before and the site's been levelled, etc. The baseline will be considered, I believe it's up to 2 years before. I mean, Toby can kind of confirm the specific year, but it is a period of time before. So if those trees have been removed before the biodiversity assessment is carried out, that will be factored into the assessment. So they can't remove the trees and then go, because we've removed the trees, there's no biodiversity, like the biodiversity value is lower, and therefore we get away with providing less. So that won't happen. In terms of whether there can be a clear reference to tree replanting, if members want that to be the case, then that's acceptable in my view, although we've got to be careful in terms of the matters to be considered today. One thing I would add to that is obviously the site at the moment is quite green, and there are a few kind of landscape features such as the hedging and one of the trees which is visible from the street scene. So in terms of assessing an application in terms of landscaping, we would try and not just for biodiversity value, but we would try and retain that green open character when a reserve matters comes forward. So, we're not looking at kind of hard landscaping the whole site here. We want to create a green environment, but there's only so much we can assess as part of this outline application in terms of landscaping. In terms of cycle parking, condition 11 secures cycle parking for the dwellings. That's a standard condition. In terms of EV charging, I believe there's a condition for an EV charging point for the replacement garage, which will be used in conjunction with number 3 Fen Road. So that again is covered in the conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alice. So when it says in 6.3 that there is no car or cycle parking on site, that means at the moment then, does it, as opposed to for the application?
Bear with me a second whilst I get that paragraph up.
Yeah, okay.
I believe that falls within the consultations summary. So that would not be part of the assessment. Yes, so that was part of the consultation from the Highways Development Management team. So they obviously commented on the application saying that there wasn't any cycle parking in response to that, but also because we obviously want to provide a good level of cycle parking on the site in accordance with our policies. We have secured that via condition. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I mean, I'm not quite sure if we're straying into the area of the next application here or whether we're still in this application, but it's just if there's going to be electric charging on site where the car needs to go somewhere on site, doesn't it, to be charged if it's an electric car, can't have the cable running across the pavement to the public highway. So if there's no parking on site for cars, because I think that's what the applicant said, how does that work? Or is that not part of this application, this outline application?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of where the EV is going to be provided, it's going to be provided for the garage, which is going to be replaced, for 3 to 5 Fen Road, which is cited closer to number 3 to 5 Fen Road. Let me just get up a plan just so you can see where I'm talking about, to avoid confusion. So I'm talking about here. So this is where the garage, the relocated garage, is going to be provided, and in here will be a EV charging point.
I think there's other councillors who want to speak, but I mean, that's one EV charging point for 3 houses then. So how does that work? It seems from what the applicant said, what I can see, there's one charging point for the applicant's home dwelling, but then these 2 proposed houses that we're looking at today on the table don't seem to have any EV charging points for themselves. So they don't have any, basically. Sorry, I'm misunderstanding something, am I? You speak then, Councillor Thornborough.
I think the applicant explained that the 2 new dwellings are car-free dwellings, but there's a kind of shared car scheme that is being proposed. So the will be like they've done at Marmalade Lane, privately owned car, but you can have a shared scheme amongst those 2 homes or maybe more. And it would be an EV car.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that, so thanks for explaining that. But I mean, I'm not quite sure if that fits with our policy. I mean, and government policy, the National Planning Policy Framework, is that each dwelling should have a charging point. So
The government policy is under the building regulations, and each car parking space has an EV point. Car parking space.
okay, I'm not going to dwell on it anyway. So anyone else want to say anything? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Is this the right time to talk about having informatives for separate metering for the 2 units? And also to add an informative about attempting to meet an 80 litres per person per day maximum use for water?
Alice, is it the right time to ask that or not?
If members wanted to add those informatives, I don't see an issue with doing so. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm happy with that. Anyone want to speak against it? No, that's done then. So, Councillor Thornborough.
I was going to say, where we've got the planning condition about the water usage, I was going to ask if we could adapt it to say that it needs to be measurable water use. We've done that in previous conditions. And
Okay, Toby wants to say something.
Chair, through you. So this has already been incorporated into the recommendation. So condition 25 on page 1, 2, 3. Prior to first occupation, each dwelling shall be fitted with a means for future occupiers to monitor, measure all of their own energy consumption, electric, water, gas.
Okay, there we go then. That's that done, I think. In that case, any more questions or should we vote? Let's vote then. So recommendation, please, Toby. Thanks, Alice.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 117 of the officer report, and that is to approve subject to the conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers.
Thanks, Toby. All those in favour of that recommendation to approve?
All in favour, Chair.
Okay, that's unanimous. So that item is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Speaker. So I think we just move on to the next item now then, if everyone's okay with that. So the next one is...
Given that there may be some people from Petersfield joining us, is it worth just reminding them that that item has been deferred? Because I've just realised it's the time they might be expecting to watch it. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, okay. So, well, there's 2, aren't there? So items, just to let you know, as per what Councillor Thornborough reminded me to say, items 13 and 14, that's St Matthew's Centre and Howes Place, have been deferred by members to a future meeting of this committee. So especially pertinent perhaps to, as Councillor Parr said, the item 13, the trees one at St Matthew's, that's not happening today. So moving on to the next item, which is land to the rear of, item 9, land to the rear of 208 to 210 Queenie this way. Aaron. Hello, Aaron. Good afternoon. Nice to see you in person. So what have we got? Land to the rear. So we've got speaker, it seems, I think. Dr. Van der Weyer, Programme Manager, HDA, in support. Okay, so Aaron, if you're ready to present them, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just get my pointer up. There we go. So this application is land to the rear of 208 to 210 Queen Edith's Way. The application reference number is 2205070/FUL. The scheme proposes the erection of 8 dwellings, car parking, bin and bike stores and associated infrastructure. As I've set out on the amendment sheet, this is a Regulation 3 planning application submitted by Cambridge Investment Partnership, which, as members will know, is a joint venture between Cambridge City Council and Hill, which was set up in 2017 with the goal of delivering high-quality homes in sustainable locations. So this slide shows the site location plan of the development parcel with access from Queen Edith's Way, obviously backland development. And as you can see on this aerial view, as you can see from this aerial view, it's a brownfield development site, which was previously used as a builder's yard for the storage of machinery and building materials. Prior approval was granted in October 2022 for the demolition and removal of the existing buildings that were present on the site. In terms of planning constraints, the site is located within the built-up boundary of the city. It is not within a conservation area. There are no designated heritage assets within or near the site. The site is located adjacent to the green belt, which is, as you can see on this aerial view, to the southeast of the site and north and northeast, that is green belt land. The site is within flood zone 1 and is therefore considered low risk of flooding. So just to be clear, the access from Queen Edith Way would come between 208 and 210 to the rear, which was previously a builder's yard. Moving on to the proposal, this slide shows the proposed site plan. The proposal consists of 6 detached dwellings, 2 detached properties, all of which are proposed to be, 6 detached dwellings and 2 semi-detached properties. All of these properties are proposed to be 3 stories in height. 3 units are proposed as 3-bedroom properties, 4 4-bedroom properties and 1 5-bed property. Moving on to elevation, the next few slides will just run through the proposed elevations and floor plans of the dwellings. So you've got plots 1 and 2. So these are the units that will terminate the view at the end of the access road into the site. We've got plots 3 and 4, which are the same house types for plots 3, 4 and 5, as you can see. And they're sort of located centrally within the site. All of these properties are facing northwards. So 1 and 2, 3, 4 and 5 all face towards Queen Edith's Way. And then you've got plot 6, which is proposed to face eastwards. So this is showing the front elevation here, and this is what would be classed as the rear elevation. So that was plot 6. So this would be the front, and that's the rear, the car parking. There's plot 7, and finally plot 8. I'll just flick through the floor plans. I won't go into too much detail, but all of the proposed units comply with national space standards as required by Policy 50. And the layout of the properties all provide a high-quality living space for the future occupants. Again, floor plans for plots 7 and 8 on this slide. So this slide just shows a street scene. Sorry, I've skipped the landscaping plan. This slide shows the landscaping plan for the site. The submitted plans show that the proposals incorporate a good mix of species which will enhance the biodiversity value of the site. Native trees along the boundaries also help soften the development edge to the greenbelt. In terms of hard landscaping, a shared access driveway with changes to surfaces within the access road here and within the parking courts show there's a change in surface. And this is considered to work well in terms of landscape design. As you can see from the proposed garden sizes, they are considerably smaller than the Queen Edith's Way properties gardens. However, the sizes are still considered to be sufficient to offer future occupants a high-quality, usable private external space. And these sizes range from 76 metres squared to 135 metres squared. So this slide shows a CGI of the street scene. As you can see, plot 2 would be visible from the street between numbers 208 and 210 Queen Edith's Way. The dwellings would be set back 78 metres from Queen Edith Way. And this is a significant setback and significant distance from the properties along Queen Edith Way and helps reduce the visual impact and prominence from the street scene. Moving on to car and cycle parking. So the application proposes 1 cycle parking space per bedroom for the units with up to 3 bedrooms, 3 cycle parking spaces for the 4-bedroom units, and 4 spaces for the 5-bedroom unit. A condition will be imposed to secure the final detail of the design and appearance and location of the proposed cycle stores. Cycle parking for all plots will be covered and secure. So for plot 1, we've got the cycle parking in the frontage. And then for 2 to 7, they have a sort of you can't see the detail, there's a direct gate access to the cycle parking stores via the drive. And then for plot 8, there'll be an access to the rear garden for the cycle parking. The orange dots that you might be able to, it's obviously difficult to see on the screen, but they've served visitor bays for the cycle parking, which will be Sheffield stands. The proposed arrangement is accepted and considered acceptable, convenient and practical for the future occupants. In terms of car parking, the proposed development includes 2 dedicated car parking spaces per dwelling, which is in line with the maximum standards set out in Policy 82. Given the sustainable location of the site, the level of car parking proposed is considered to be an over-provision. However, in this instance, given that no visitor parking is provided on site, the design intention is to prevent any car parking along the main street of Queen Edith's Way or the access road into the site. Electric vehicle charging is provided for each dwelling, and this is secured by condition number 34. So in terms of the surrounding character and context, this slide shows some examples of developments that have been built out in the surrounding area over recent years. As you can see, these have introduced much more contemporary architectural styles in Queen Edith's Ward. Various developments nearby have gone up to 3 stories in height, with gable-fronted, floor-to-ceiling windows. Therefore, the addition of more contemporary scheme in this location is not considered to be at odds with the surrounding character. So to summarise, the principle of development is considered acceptable in this location. The access arrangement has been considered acceptable by the County Highway Authority. The design of the units is supported by officers, and the use of the site is more appropriate than the previous builder's merchant yard that was used in the past. The scheme is considered to respect the amenity of neighbouring properties. The Council's Ecology Officer has advised that BNG is achievable on site, and this is secured by condition number 31. In terms of sustainability, the scheme includes air source heat pumps, EV charging points, high standard in insulation, and in terms of water efficiency, this is controlled by condition 5, and the further condition to ensure a way of measuring the energy usage on site as well. I think it's condition
33.
Condition 33, thank you, Toby. So to conclude, for the reasons I've set out in this presentation, and given that no technical objections to the application have been received, approval is recommended, subject to the conditions set out in the reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Aaron. So Speaker Jacques. Hello, hi, afternoon. So Jacques van der Weyer, Programme Manager for the HDA, which is the Housing Development Agency or something like that, is it? Yeah. So you've got 3 minutes to speak when you're ready. Is it not warmed up yet? It should go red, I think.
There we go. Good morning, good afternoon now, Chair and members. My name is Jacques van der Weyer, and I'm speaking as the Programme Manager on behalf of the Cambridge City Council's Housing Development Agency. At commencement of the Council's current 22 to 32 housing development programme, it was identified that to meet our overall objective of delivering much needed homes throughout the city, a range of tenures would be required to be brought forward. These included intermediate offerings and over-market sale housing. We're now pleased to be including Queen Edith's Way as a site to be delivered through the Cambridge Investment Partnership, our equal share joint venture with Hill, which has been actively facilitating direct housing delivery since 2017. Queen Edith's Way joins 8 other KIP-led schemes included in our current 10-year New Homes programme. Since May 2021, these other 8 sites have seen 228 homes successfully proceed through this committee, all of which are to date to be owned and tenanted by the council. This scheme, as proposed, makes efficient use of a previously developed site, which is well connected and situated in a sustainable location. Our proposal additionally well exceeds our targeted 20% biodiversity net gain, with a 26.5% indicated, and we welcome an ecological sensitive light condition which will ensure that any potential for light pollution is mitigated. The investment partnership has continued to build on the use of the City Council's 2021 Sustainable Housing Design Guide, and by using a fabric-first approach, efficiency measures and air source heat pumps with PV panel installation, we're delivering more than a 60% reduction in emissions as compared to the new 2021 Part L building regulation requirements. Through delivery of this scheme, we feel that the KIP partnership is strongly demonstrating to other developers active in the city that delivery of high-efficiency, low-carbon housing is not only feasible, but it can be delivered successfully in a highly competitive housing development market. We do hope the committee share our view that this site will successfully add to the sustainable housing availability in the city, and that approval will be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, councillors, debate. Councillor Borough.
Thank you. I just want to confirm these are market homes, though, aren't they? They're not going to be council or affordable. I think they're market. Welcome the biodiversity net gain. Could the officer just comment, because it is next to Greenbelt, that he's satisfied that light and visual impact is suitably minimised? I think that's okay, but I just want to confirm that. The main concern I have, predictably, is the cycle parking. So it's a tandem car parking space. So I think that means you get one car parked in front of the other car. And then behind that, we have the cycle parking. And I'm quite surprised this is coming forward from the KIP. They're normally pretty good on this. So I suppose the first question is, how wide are the drives? Because my feeling is the drives will not be wide enough to get a cycle out, certainly not a cargo bike, but even a normal cycle if you've got the 2 cars parked there, bearing in mind that most new cars, and particularly electric cars, tend to be quite substantial generally. They're bigger than a smaller petrol car. And what can we do to make this better? Because at the moment, they're clearly in contravention of our local plan, which is that cycle parking should be at least as desirable as car parking. In my opinion, these aren't. I mean, we are over the parking spaces. There's 2 per house, so, arguably they could have 1 car and park the cycles at the front, but my concern is that's not going to happen. You're going to buy 2 cars and then you're not going to be able to get your bikes out. So either you won't use them or you'll just leave them at the front of the house anyway, which will, I'd rather almost that we had the cycle parking at the front, because that's where naturally people are going to dump their bikes rather than drag it past 2 cars they might scratch. So first important question is, how wide are the spaces and does it give enough space for a bike?
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank both Alice Young, whom I hope is still on the call, and Aaron Coe for their clear presentations. I thought these were particularly good. And I'd also like to say it is section 8.29 on page 139. Just what a pleasant change it is to have something come forward where there is a measurable difference in size provided over and above the minimum requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. My concern's also predictable, just about the roads. On page 136, paragraph 8.9, there's a reference that the access road is proposed to be private, i.e. unadopted, but proposed to be built to adoptable standards. So I'm just concerned that that is going to lead to a management cost on the residents, and this is a constant problem. I think this comes up in so many applications, and I really think we need to be seeing if we can start. I think at some point, separately to this, we need to sit down and seriously look at that policy. I know it's not ours, I know it's the county's, but we need to look at what we think the problems are with it, and we need to lobby county to get them fixed, because this is coming up all the time. But really, I'm just wondering why it's proposed to be unadopted, and whether there's anything that can be done to change that, even because it's up to adoptable standard. So, thank you.
That was item 8.9 you said in the report.
Paragraph 8.9, yeah, on page 136.
Councillor Thornborough?
I have similar concerns about the location of parking at the rear of the properties. We've raised this many times in committee, that really and it's a requirement that the cycle parking must be designed in from the beginning, and it should, the objective is it's as easy to get to your bike as it is to get to your car, or if not easier. So I question whether that's been achieved. I also think that some of the houses, it looks like it's timber boarded at higher at first and second floor, and that it's dark. I know dark boarding can actually add quite a lot of, can make the building much hotter inside. And I would like there to be either condition or informative that the colour of the boarding will be come forward to be reviewed.
Thank you. Any more? So we talked about colour in a previous item today, and I think this item's a bit different because the buildings are bigger and the colour is a bit dark, and I sort of concur with you there that it'd be good to see those colours come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, I presume you mean, Councillor, to consider. It is a bit of a fashion, isn't it? These sort of buildings that look a bit darker. Usually they have dark brick as well, but this one doesn't, so that's better. The only thing that I'd add to that, Aaron, would be it would have been good to have seen an elevation of the, as it were, street scene of the dwellings together. The proposed elevations are just like technical drawings of the individual facades of each individual house. It doesn't really give an impression of how they look were you to go down this unadopted road, which is a point, I suppose. But then the other thing is the thing I've mentioned before, which is that on plots 1 and 2, there's a valley gutter. That's fashionable as well. Gives a particular look to a facade, but they're not very practical. They fill up with leaves. They're not good for a heavy snowfall. Hopefully they're designed to cope with snow load on extreme weather events, but it could be a problem. But I'm not going to argue that any further, just make the point. Aaron, back to you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Levine wanted to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Well, a couple of things. Is there room on the access road for two cars going in opposite directions? It's 70-something metres long, so it could be an interesting situation. Or a car and a bicycle going in opposite directions, for a thought. So that's just one thing. Did I detect from the public speaker the word PV panels? That happened rather quickly. There hasn't been any mention otherwise of PV panels. I realise the orientation of these buildings isn't actually ideal for PV panels, but have they been considered in the plans? Is a question I'd like to know the answer to. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, councillors. So, Aaron, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll tackle the access width first. That's 5 metres wide and sufficient for 2 vehicles to pass. And now I'll go back to Councillor Pora's point. So firstly, the greenbelt impact. We've got a tree. I shall share my screen so we can talk through that. Bear with me, sorry. So you can see we've got a dense tree belt along the southern boundary and along the eastern boundary, along the southern boundary, there are trees being removed from the inner layer. So you've got 2 lines of trees. The further southern line is outside of the red line boundary and being fully retained. The poor quality trees on the inner side are being removed, and then replacement tree planting is going in along that boundary, which softens the greenbelt impact. You can see this development on my screen here in the sort of further to the east of the site, where there's sort of that built form and presence as well on the edge of the green belt. So I'm satisfied that the character of the green belt is being preserved. Going back to the question on the dimensions of the cycle parking, the car parking spaces, let's measure that up. I believe it's about 6 meters there, yeah. So it's 6.7 meters, which is obviously for an average car, I think it's about 2 meters in width. So I think there's adequate space there for a cycle to get between the two spaces. And I think it's about 4 meters for the detached properties. Yeah, it's about 4 meters. So again, if you've got a 2 meter car, you've got 2 meters the other side for the cycle to the access. And as I mentioned, they have got their dedicated, I appreciate they aren't at the front, but they have got that dedicated access from the driveways. It's not just an access to the rear parking for all of the units. So take the cycle parking point, but for plots 1, it's been designed into the front. Plot 2, yes, you have to pass your car to get to the cycle parking, but given it's got dedicated access, I'm satisfied that it is convenient for the future occupants. And the same for plots number 3, 4, 5. And then for 6, yes, again, arguably as convenient as the car parking space. The front door is in this location. I don't know if you can see my cursor very clearly, but the front door is in this location. So to get to the car parking, you have to come out the front, round to the rear. The cycle parking, again, it's just you come round to the other side and through the access to get to the cycle parking. Probably not much in the distance between to the cars or to the cycles. It's also worth noting that the applicants went through pre-application with the previous officer and the siting of the cycle stores was agreed at pre-application stage. So it's questionable whether it would be reasonable to redesign the scheme given the advice provided at pre-application. And also the applicants have done sort of an analysis of where the cycle parking is located. As you can see on this slide here, where the visitor cycle hoops are in. Sorry, I appreciate it's not particularly clear. I'll try and zoom in slightly. They've basically done a plot-by-plot analysis showing the convenience of the access to the cycle parking. And if we did want it in the front, there are issues associated with that on this site. They did try and do sort of a design analysis to design it in after submitting the application and following the pre-application advice. With the locations, in this one, for example, plot number 5, the cycle parking size required and the storage space would be blocking that front window. You would lose the hedgerow that's being proposed along this boundary. And also in terms of security, appreciate we've encouraged it on a number of other sites, but it's not the most secure to have it at the frontage. Appreciate what the policy says in terms of, I know my office my officer view is that as long as it's conveniently located to the rear, then it is in some instances acceptable. And I know there has been appeal decisions where it has been referred to as not being a reasonable reason for refusal if adequate storage is provided. I think that's worth noting, members. Next question was the management company. Councillor Carling. Yes, it would be a private management company, which is, I appreciate, disappointing from the council's perspective. But on a scheme of this size, only being 8 units, I think it would be difficult. I mean, I'm not sure on the house builder's perspective on this, but it would be difficult to get the council to take on a scheme of this size, being such a not small, but a minor development. And yes, obviously management costs do come into it, but that's a commercial decision, the commercial issue that the house builders have to tackle separately from the planning process. The materials, Councillor Thornborough, the timber material, yeah, we've put a material sample condition on, so that'll be reviewed at that stage. Councillor Smart, your comment on a lack of a view through Queen Edith's Way, it's probably best if I just drop into street view. How it would sit to the rear. Obviously, as I said, it's 78 metres set back from Queen Edith's Way, so I don't think visually it's going to be that prominent. I think from other schemes along Queen Edith's Way, the area has changed so much recently in terms of architectural style. There are a huge number of contemporary three-storey units appearing in the street scene now. One example being number 3 Queen Edith's Way, which is to the west. Don't know if members would appreciate seeing that street scene.
I think we're familiar with the area, that's okay.
And the comment on the valley gutters, yeah, that's obviously a maintenance issue for the house builder and then the future occupants to resolve. Thank you.
Any more for any more? Yes. Okay, hands up. Right, Councillor Bajan.
Yeah. For the avoidance of any doubt, KIP is part owned by Cambridge City Council and we are all representatives of Cambridge City Council. I think we need to make that doubly clear. I have a reservation, a thought about whether this might become a gated area, and I would like the officer's thoughts on that. My other point is we are very clear about cycle parking. I wouldn't want to vote to turn this down, but I don't want it to go through in its current situation. So I think this needs to go back for the developers, the KIP, to look at. We have a very clear principle on this planning committee and we have turned down and sent back major developments because the cycle parking is not deemed to be more appropriate than the car parking. So I would like to propose that this goes back, is referred back for change.
Thank you. Any more? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 2 very quick points, and then I think it's Councillor Carling after me. The first one is page 152, the informatives. I do. The applicant is advised to develop a scheme that achieves less water consumption than 110 litres per day. I understand that some projects are now coming through that are aiming for 80 litres per day. Given that it's KIP, which we part own, shouldn't we be pushing for 80 litres a day, particularly since it's an informative and therefore an aspirational target rather than a requirement? So that's point 1. And point 2 is that at my own house, I paid for front cycle storage to be put in. Nobody has ever used it, and I've taken it to the back because convenience is one thing, but it's really inconvenient if your cycle is not there when you come out of the house and come to use it. And particularly given the location in Queen Edith's, which is particularly problematic for cycle theft, I think the present arrangements are an excellent blend of practicality and prudence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Bajan, you want to say something?
Yeah, I made a proposal. If there's a seconder, could we vote on that?
Yeah, I understand. I have not forgotten your proposal. I'm just going around the councillors so they can all comment on things. Any more? Councillor Carling.
Thank you. Sorry, back to the roads. You mentioned that because of the number of houses on the site, the county won't want, or the Highways Authority won't want to adopt it. And that, again, that comes up a lot. What is the policy? What would they consider adoptable? how many more houses would they need, just for our information? Yeah.
Finished? Okay, thank you very much. So can we come back to your proposal in a moment, councillor? We'll just go back to Aaron for some answers first. Is that okay? Or do you want to do it right now? Let's go to Aaron first and say, oh, sorry, David, Councillor Levine, you want to ask something?
Just very briefly, I've not yet had an answer on the PV panels. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Aaron, over to you then.
PV panels aren't proposed, but the sustainability officer has been consulted, and the other measures that have been included, the air source heat pumps and the EV charging, it's considered acceptable and to meet policy. So yeah, whilst it's regrettable that PV isn't included, the specialist officer is happy, and I support that view. So on the management and maintenance, the figure for the number of dwellings, I'm not sure what if there is a figure. I don't know if Toby has a view on that. So the number of dwellings that a developer would be sort of offer to the highway for adoption. I don't think there is a figure within the policy at all.
Toby, do you want to comment?
I'm not aware that there's a specific number for Cambridge. More generally, the county council is not looking to take on a greater extent of adoptable highway.
Thanks, Toby. Back to you, Aaron.
I think it's just a cycle parking matter that is left outstanding. Is that correct? Any other questions?
There was comment on cycle parking and a proposal to, a proposal that we need to follow up, but also a comment on water usage as well.
Oh, yeah. Tackle water usage first, please, Chair. So yes, there is an informative that states 110 litres per person per day as a maximum water consumption. That is the figure in the current policy. But yes, obviously 80 litres is the target that developers should be aiming for, but it wouldn't be reasonable to name that as a figure given the current policy is 110. But notwithstanding that, we have got the fitted device condition, number 33 on page 151, which sort of sets out that each dwelling should be fitted with a means for future occupiers to monitor and measure their consumption. And we've also got the condition requiring a maximum usage of 110 litres. But take your point on encouraging, with the aspiration of reaching 80. Right, on to cycle parking. Share my screen again. So I've put the policy wording on the screen for members. Completely appreciate that it says within Appendix L, the cycle parking should be located at the front of the house or within a garage with appropriate garage dimensions. Only be located within the rear if locating at the front is not in keeping with the character of the surrounding area. And if there is no garage provision, and be at least as convenient as the car parking provided. I think this is the area of discussion. The area I've highlighted in yellow is just focusing on the fact that my officer view is that the provision proposed is good, it is high quality, and it is easily accessible cycle parking, and reduces the risk of theft of bikes in the current locations proposed. That is my officer view on the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Perhaps before we go back to councillors who may want to comment further, could you just show the sort of site plan, including the cycle parking, say on an example house, so we can see where the parking is in relation to the entry door or doors of the dwellings, so the front door and or the back door?
Yeah. So if you do a plot by plot assessment, plot 1 is to the front, with the front door shown with the dashed blue line. So the route to the cycle parking is shown there. Plot 2, that is to the rear, but as you can see, there is a direct gate access both directly to the cycle parking and also a separate gate to the rear garden. Appreciating it is a further distance to travel to get to the cycle parking, but having that direct access and also the condition I've included for the overall design of these storages, storage spaces. I'm satisfied that the quality and accessibility is acceptable. And the orange dot shown is visitor cycle parking.
Councillor Bennett, you'll have to use the microphone, but just let Aaron finish a minute.
Yeah, sorry, which plot were you referring to, Councillor Bennett? Yeah, so they've got a direct gate access.
Aaron, just repeat Councillor Bennett's question and then answer it, will you? Because the microphone wasn't on.
So Councillor Bennett's question was asking if there's a direct access gate to plots 1 to 6. So that is correct. There is a direct gate access to plots 1. And plots 2, there's another gate shown in this location. I don't know if you can see my cursor very clearly. And a direct access to the cycle parking there. And the same for plots 4. Access to the cycle parking there, access to the rear garden on this side. Plots 5, direct access to the cycle parking. And a separate gated access to the garden. And set for plot 6, it is a gated access through the garden, but as I mentioned earlier, the route to this car parking they're probably about the same level of convenience in terms of distance for plot 6. For plot 7, again, the same route from the front door. Car parking here, cycle parking, separate gated access to the cycle parking. And plot 8, which is the plot that does have a separate access to the cycle parking at the rear. But as I've mentioned, there is that condition. So if there is scope to bring that closer to the entrance to the dwelling, then that can be designed in through condition in terms of the siting and location of that cycle parking. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, and just to be clear, those ones with the orange dots, you can put a cycle there as well, obviously, because that's still available cycle parking space. Okay. Councillor Vaughan, do you have a hand up earlier about this, or were you just waiting for the vote on the proposal? Yeah, okay. Is it about this or other matters? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. So if, shall we say, I was ever able to cycle, which obviously physically I can't, and I wanted to go to Marks and Spencer's on the Addenbrooke's concourse and buy some groceries, I could use the bike point in the garden and just carry my bags through into the kitchen. You know, it seems to me that a rear garden cycle access, when you have a rear garden door, is at least as convenient as a front door. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I'm going back to roads. Sorry, everybody.
Oh, hang on. Let's hold roads a minute. Let's stick on cycles a minute. I'll come back to roads in a minute. Right. Is it cycles? Yeah, Councillor Poran.
I think I still remain disappointed with this because it wasn't designed in. I do absolutely take the point about security. The bottom line is what everyone will do, me included probably, and I did it as a kid, we had some cycles at the back, we always leave them out the front. What will happen is all the visitor stands will end up with the people's bikes attached to them, which is even less secure. And the other thing is these are huge houses. It's good to see the stock at different sizes, but where are your cargo bikes going to go? Because every single one of these, and we say this repeatedly on Joint Development Committee, you know, obviously they could use one of the parking spaces, but this is designed for cars above cycles at the moment, and it is disappointing. It's more disappointing because it's kit, but obviously we treat them as any other developer here. But I'd like to think if this was another developer, I would be saying exactly the same, which is, I take Councillor Bennett's point, yeah, you can access it through the back garden, but the bottom line is when you drive or cycle in, you want to dump your cycle somewhere near the front. And what will actually happen is all those visitor spaces will just get filled up with people's bikes, which are even less secure. So I think this is I take the existing officer's point that the previous officer has obviously recommended something slightly different, but to me, it doesn't meet the criteria of designing it in and making it at least as accessible as a car, because it's not. So I am still rather stuck on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I agree with your words there, Councillor Poor, on designing in. Design is the name of the game here, and you've got a site that you choose to do something on, and something has been done. And the thing is this has been done. This is the application. It's on the table in front of us, and that's what we need to consider. But I do take Councillor Bennett's points about, where is a convenient space for a bicycle. But then Councillor Bajan is very keen for them to be at the front of the building, which is what part of our policy refers to. So, just in terms of that, I guess there's a demand for larger houses as well in Cambridge, but I would have thought the site was more suited to, say, a Muse houses type development, as from knowing the context and the site and so on, but that isn't on the table either. So, and also, just in terms of the water use that's been mentioned, these are larger houses, of course. 3, 4 and 5 bedroom houses, not 1 and 2 bedroom houses. So there is that to be borne in mind in terms of water use. So I think we need to go back to Councillor Bajan's point now about what he wants to do about cycle parking. So do you want to just reiterate that, please, Councillor Bajan?
Yeah, Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to answer Councillor Bennett's point first, through the Chair,
Through the chair, yeah.
Yeah, of course. The front door is where you exit the house. You don't exit or enter a house through the back door normally. That's where the security measures lock down. So the person leaving the house will normally go out through the front door. So I don't see that as a relevant argument. My point is that we have set a policy and we've turned down or referred back whole developments because of cycle parking. I think on Devonshire Road we sent something back on the basis of cycle parking. I think my memory's not as perfect as it used to be. We should be making a mark here. And also, isn't this above the council's allowed parking standards? Two parking spaces at a house? Don't we have a standard of 1 parking space per house?
That was a new point. So do you want to just answer that thing about 2 parking spaces? It has been alluded to already, but just to cover that off, please, Aaron.
Yeah, we've got maximum parking standards in the city, and this is policy compliant, two spaces per dwelling. I appreciate, my officer view is it is an over provision for this sustainable location, but it is policy compliant. And if a reason for refusal was put down on over provision of car parking, it would, in my view, it would be dismissed. It wouldn't be a valid reason for refusal, given the policy says 2 spaces per dwelling is acceptable outside the parking zone where we are. Yeah.
Right, okay. Now, I don't want to get into a debate about whether we use the front or the back door. I think that's just a matter of subjectivity to a certain extent. So let's not go there. But this matter of cycle parking at the front or the back or somewhere else, Councillor Bajan has put that forward. Does anyone want to support him and second that proposal, which I think is to do what? To defer the item. But what would that be for? Normally deferring is for more information. We've got the information, we just don't like it.
I don't think we need to take the sledgehammer to crack a nut. This is solvable, easily solvable. I would like to defer it, refer it, do whatever we want to do with it so that the cycle parking can be sorted out to be policy compliant without a doubt.
You're out of my area of expertise in that sense. So, Toby, can it be deferred to have a different scheme come forward, or do we just have to refuse it?
My knowledge of the scheme and its layout would indicate that there is the capacity as part of the scheme to incorporate revised cycle parking as a form of provision that would be more convenient than that as proposed at the moment.
And do we need to defer it for that, or can we just say we want that and see that to come forward to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes?
My advice would be better to defer and to have the plans revised. The previous or the earlier iteration that Aaron was alluding to, where cycle parking was provided at the front, there was a clash between what would be a kind of covered secure area in the main, what I assume is a living room or dining room window facing out onto the roadway. So some thought would have to be given about how secure cycle parking could be incorporated as part of that frontage treatment, but it's not beyond the wit of a good architect to achieve something.
Okay, well, thanks for that. That's useful to know. So just to be clear, councillors, this proposal, which we might or might not support, might well involve something getting changed that is not to our liking in the scheme that we're seeing at the moment. So a new scheme might come back with cycle parking that suits some of us more, but something else less so. So there is that to bear in mind, but we just don't know that at the moment. If a new scheme comes back, we just have to decide on the scheme we see in the future iteration if that happens. So on that basis, I think Councillor Bagent has a proposal and Councillor Thornborough, I think, was seconding. So we'll have a vote on that then, councillors. If Councillor Carling, yeah?
Thank you. I understand that, but there are a couple of other issues that we're still in the middle of fleshing out, and I would like to see them fleshed out before we defer the application, because it may be there's other things need looking at.
Well, go both ways with that. We can do that now, or we can do that when it comes back. So when it comes back, we'll just
We don't want it to come back and then have to put it back again.
Sorry?
I don't want it to come back and then us raise more issues. If we've got issues, we need to raise them now.
Well, there might be different issues in the future. It might be a different scheme.
Or they
Go
might
on,
not
you
be.
say it now. It's okay. Just get on with it.
May I raise the issue? I
Yes,
want to
yes,
raise?
of course.
Right,
Yeah,
I
go
know
on.
I've gone on about roads.
Councillor
I'm now-
Bagent, we are going to have the vote, okay? I'm sorry, I'm putting you off, but Councillor Carling, you speak.
Thank you. I'm on the County Council's website now, and it says as follows. The County Council's policy is to consider adoption of new roads for maintenance at public expense where they serve 6 or more dwellings. We have more than 6 dwellings here. I don't see why the County Council can't adopt the road. And looking at kind of the various options, I really think we need to be looking at getting this road adopted. I just can't see a reason they shouldn't. The usual excuse is there's not enough dwellings. There are enough dwellings. Well, I would like to see this looked at again, because I really take issue with residents having to pay excessive fees to live on a street that's private when it's not necessary. That's my problem.
No, very good point. Thank you, Councillor. I mean, just to say that's the county councillor's decision, regardless of what they say their policy is, to do that, not this committee's. But Toby wants to say something.
I completely understand your frustration, but it's not within the remit or power of this committee to kind of, seek for something to be adopted. That is for the adopting authority. For example, here, I don't know whether, for example, the county council, if they were looking to adopt, would be asking for pavements, for example, on either side of the access rather than a shared surface all the way down. I don't know whether the material treatment, whether we're looking at permeable paving for the scheme, would dictate that the county council wouldn't adopt it. There are all kinds of technical issues that the county council would look at. It's beyond the scope of this committee and not within our power to say that it must be adopted only, that it must be built to an adoptable standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. Are you content with that answer, Councillor Carling?
Vaguely, but it's the responsibility of the developer to produce, I'm quoting from the County Council's website again, the construction of new highway and housing estates is the responsibility of the developer who constructs the development at the pace they consider fit. If the road is to be adopted, the role of the highway authority is to ensure that it is built to the appropriate standard. It's not clear to me whether we've even asked. Has anybody even talked to the highway authority?
Chair, can I come in here, please?
Turn off then, please, Councillor. So thank you very much, Councillor. Keith wants to speak, legal officer.
If a developer wishes to have the road adopted, it's up to them to make an application to the County Council, the Highway Authority, and the Highway Authority will assess whether it meets its criteria. Somebody has mentioned 6 units or so. Toby has mentioned other technical specifications it's got to reach before the County Council will consider adoption. It doesn't have to adopt it. It would only come about by agreement between it and the developer.
There is also the issue about here, it's being built to adoptable standards, which should be sufficient to give you comfort that it's not going to simply be a dirt track. And there was one other point I wanted to make. Oh, yes, and that is, it's not within this authority's remit to make a lawful condition that requires adoption. So I'm sorry, Councillor Carling, you're very much boxed into a cul-de-sac here.
Thanks for that clarification. So, Councillor Bajan, have you got your hand up because you want to have this vote, or is it something else? Okay, go ahead.
Chair, am I right that if the road is not adopted, then the council dust cart won't go down it, and therefore the waste will have to be taken out onto Queen Edith Road?
Can I refer that to Aaron? Right.
It will be built to adoptable standards, and the Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Service serve the roads if they're built to adoptable standards, and this would be served by the waste team. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor, use your microphone or people online can't hear.
The waste service will go down there.
Thank you for that answer. So let's get this vote done, then. I think we've had enough debate on the cycles, where they go and so on at the moment. So we've got a proposer and a seconder. So everyone remember the vote, you know, yeah, Councillor Bajan talked about it, Councillor Thornborough seconded it. So all those in favour of deferring this item on the basis it might come back with a better scheme for cycle parking?
5 support.
All those against?
2 against deferral.
So the scheme is deferred to come back with a better scheme on cycle parking. I believe that was the sort of proposal you were talking about, Toby. Okay, that's that then. So that scheme is deferred. So now, councillors, the next item should be quite short, fingers crossed. What did we just do? Line to the rear. So the next one is item 10. It's an S106 agreement that needs to come to this committee, but we've had them before. They're fairly straightforward, but anyway, it's up to you. So shall we just do that one, and then we'll have a break after that? All right? So we've got presenting officer Tom Sheeny. Hi, Tom. Afternoon. And he can present the item. I presume we haven't got any speakers on this one. No speakers, no. Okay, I'll leave. I don't know if you're set up already, Tom, or you need a minute or two. What? Yeah, okay, you get yourself settled then. And then we'll do item 10, and then we'll have a break for a cup of tea or something. Yeah, okay then, Tom, you go ahead, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. The item before members is a Section 106A planning application, which is seeking to modify a planning application, a planning obligation contained in a Section 106 agreement dated 20th December 1993. The application site is located between land of Bridwell Road and Lucerne Close, Fulbourn, Cambridge. Members may be curious as to why it says Fulbourn. I'll go into that a bit detail in a second. So this is the site location plan. So Bridwell Road is on the east, Lucerne Close is on the, no, sorry, the other way around. Bridwell Close is on the west, Lucerne Close is on the east. The GIS map indicates, which is currently on the screen now, indicates where the boundary between South Cambridgeshire District Council and Cambridge City Council is. So the very top of the area that we're obviously considering as part of this application does fall within Cambridge City Council, even though it does also fall within South Cambridgeshire District Council as well.
So just stop you there a minute, Tom. So can you use your laser pointer if you're able to?
Of course.
And this is the correct committee, is it? It's not meant to go to JDCC?
That is correct, yeah. So because the scheme of delegation requires any application within the city boundary for a Section 106A application to come, whereas for South Cambridgeshire District Council, the scheme of delegation is different, which doesn't require this type of application to come. So because this application is split over the two, it doesn't need to go to JDCC. It's just simply at this committee because it's land covering both areas. It's just unfortunate that it covers both. This is just a Google aerial image. So the clause that is going to be inserted is a clause which allows the applicant to increase funding available for investment into affordable housing. So it's a mortgagee clause which is being inserted. Thank you, Chair.
Is that as clear as mud to everybody? It's a financial arrangement that means that they can make the thing work better for their business plan. There is a slight risk to tenants, but so slight that it's not seen to be the sort of risk that we should be considering to refuse this application. That's my opinion. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, this is about the third one that's come here, and I remember the first one there was a lot of debate and information provided, and since then I think we've generally been satisfied. Yeah.
Anyone else? No? Okay, in that case we'll go to the vote then, please.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 157, that is to agree the proposed deed of variation.
All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, councillors. So let's have a break then. So we'll come back in sort of 5 or 10 minutes' time. So let's say sort of 9 minutes, shall we? So it's going to be 5-2. If we can come back at 5-2, please, promptly, that'd be good, because there are more items to do. I'm supposed to have another meeting at 5 o'clock today, so it'd be good to get on with it.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just get my presentation up. Thank you, Chair. So the application before members today is an application at 159 Vinery Road, Cambridge. The application seeks to demolish the existing dwelling and outbuilding and construct 3 4-bedroom houses and 1 5-bedroom house. Also includes associated works such as drop curb, cycle parking and refuse and recycling. Officers are recommending approval. So there's a bit of site history on the application site. So in 2018, consent was given for the demolition of the bungalow and the erection of 6 one-bedroom apartments and 3 two-bedroom apartments. Just like to say to members, although I haven't provided details of the originally consented scheme because it has expired, the development is very similar in terms of that. So there's just a couple of material considerations for members is the principle of development, the impact upon the character and appearance of the area, the impact upon neighbouring properties, highway safety and flood risk. Our own location plan is the one in the sort of top left corners, relatively difficult to see, but it's just almost on the corner of Vinery Road and Collins Lane. The Vineyard Place area is that is a development that was approved back in 2014 for a development similar to this. And just to the northeast, I'll get my pointer so that it's a lot clearer, was once again the demolition of a dwelling and then the erection of 3 dwellings. That was approved in 2020. This is just a quick outline of the aerial view of the site. So this is the bungalow that's being demolished in question. This is the outbuilding. This is the development to the southwest that was approved in 2014. The image doesn't currently show the new buildings that have been built. So just through a couple of site images of what the application site looks like. So this is the existing bungalow. These are the sort of recently built dwellings to the southeast, as I pointed out. And these are the recently approved dwellings to the northeast, as I was just indicating. This is a view of the rear of the site. Obviously, it's incredibly overgrown. These properties are ones that are accessed from Ross Street to the north. And then behind these trees are properties that front Coldham's Lane. But there's a number of outbuildings and trees that separate them between that and the application site. This is just the proximity of the neighbouring property to the site. There's properties at the rear of the neighbouring site. These are those. These images from the rear garden facing towards the rear elevation of the properties adjacent. It's just an image showing the current site and the state that it's currently in, the outbuildings on the left and the obviously the bungalows on the right. These are the properties facing Coldham's Lane. And this is the proposal. So where the bungalow was, there's a very faint outline sort of, I'm going around it with my laser pointer. So the bungalow was originally here. There is then a proposed 2.5-storey building, 3-storey building here. Cycle parking just offset to the side of this property. And then you've got the 3 terraced dwellings at the rear, all 2.5, 3 stories in height. The cycle parking for those is at the front of them just here. So the scheme was amended from when it was first submitted. So originally there was 5 car parking spaces and the cycle parking was all to the rear. Obviously they've We've sought amendments so that the cycle parking for these three is at the front here, adjacent to the bin storage. They've lost a car parking space, so there is now one car parking space per dwelling, and there is a condition that we've added which ensures that there is EV charging points for each of those car parking spaces. And then the cycle parking for this dwelling, it wasn't put at the front just obviously because it would quite literally be on Vinery Road. So for sort of reasons for theft, it's been just offset, but it would still be to the front as the front door is here. So it would just be just behind. So it's offset behind some bin storage. So it's covered, but still in close proximity. This is a CGI of the site. So just to indicate how close in design it is to the adjacent. So originally on the approved scheme was 6 apartments of the same bulk, form and massing in this exact location, which was considered to be acceptable. And the dwelling here was the same. Once again, it's a very similar design to the adjacent properties that have been approved nearby. The street scene elevations, I'll just indicate that the building is slightly greater in height than that was approved, so it's quite difficult to see, but there is a dotted line which runs just to the side here. That was what was approved originally, so it is slightly narrower than that, but slightly taller. And then this is the dwelling to the front, so this is from the adjacent, this is from within the site facing towards Vinery Road, with the neighbouring bungalow here. And as you can see, it has been slightly reduced in scale. Originally, this dwelling was larger in scale, and it did extend beyond the rear building line of the adjacent properties. But we have sought amendments so that it is now significantly reduced and does not impact upon the neighbouring amenity. This is just a CGI of the street scene and how that would look from Vinery Road. So there was, the reason why it's at committee was because there was an objection, which was obviously against officer recommendation. The objection related to the impact on the character. There's an overdevelopment of the site. There will be an impact on residential amenity, impacts regarding constructions, parking and parking stress issues, highway safety and biodiversity issues. There have been no objections subject to recommended conditions from the highways, environmental health and flood risk. So in terms of the application, officers consider that it is an effective use of the land. There is no harmful impact upon the character and appearance of the area, no harmful impacts on neighbouring or future occupiers, and that the proposal is compliant with cycle and parking guidance. Officers are recommending approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tom. Councillor Corlin.
Thank you very much. So I just want to ask about the biodiversity net gain, because on page 172, paragraph 10.73, there's a mention that we can put a condition in to request, well, essentially secure 10% biodiversity net gain. Looking at the conditions, I think condition 14 seems to be the relevant one for that. But as I have read it, it doesn't mention a figure. It doesn't actually give a number of 10% anywhere. And I wondered if there's a reason for that, or whether we can, because other applications, even ones we've seen today, have like a figure in them. And I wondered if there's a reason for that and if we can put that in. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more questions? Councillor Thornborough.
What is the little bit of grass space behind the line of refuse and recycling points? Is that, yeah, there, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Porritt.
Firstly, very welcome to see the cycle parking has been moved to the front. Noted. Just want to check, I think, has it got air source heat pumps? And if so, do we need the informative about noise and insulation? There is an informative about noise, but it doesn't seem to cover air source heat pumps, so I just think we normally attach that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I think it's refreshing to see such an effective use of land to get as much on as possible, as opposed to the previous application that we've just looked at, which was rather spaced out and luxurious in an area where land is at a premium, building land is at a premium. And this whole area of Vinery Road, which has recently had its one-way system reversed, but it is on a one-way system in this particular part, is being redeveloped very, very effectively. Ordinary, perhaps out-of-date houses are being pulled down and developments are being put in so that more people can get homes. And so this effective use of land, I think, has got my complete support.
Thank you, councillor. So, Aaron, you said slightly taller with regard to the house being bigger than the originally proposed. Can you give us a figure on that? And my other question is, I didn't quite understand at first, but looking closer, I think I do. So in section AA, it shows a ridge line between the valley gutter elements of the three-house terrace. And that said one thing to me, but then I couldn't understand that in relation to the aerial view from the southeast, which seemed to show no ridge line. But looking closer, I can see that the roof in brown does actually go across the middle, and you get a sort of a double part of it which leans in two different directions. So my question from all of that is, does that mean that the bits in the middle of the three-house section that seem to be habitable spaces, do they have windows? It would appear that the one that we can see in the aerial view has a window or a solar panel, I'm not sure, on the side we can see, but I presume those spaces are there to be habitable, but I'm not quite sure they have windows in them. Can you enlighten? Okay, that's it. Thanks. Back to you then, Tom.
I will do it in the order that the questions were asked, if that's okay with the chair. So, Councillor Carling, regarding the 10% figure, obviously I can include that within the condition and strengthen that if you wish. That is a standard figure that applicants would have to provide, and obviously we consult our ecology officer. Should it be below that, then it would likely not be discharged as a condition, but I can add that in there to strengthen that up if you'd wish. Councillor Thornborough asked regarding the line of green space. So the applicant had provided details that this was going to be a log pile area which was to increase biodiversity, and it's basically an area where there's going to be some wildflower planting and it's going to be managed, which we have a condition to secure, but it's essentially going to be a managed area for biodiversity in essence. So it won't have any real sort of amenity value. There's amenity at the front here, and obviously each dwelling in itself has its own private amenity space. So obviously the dwelling at the front, because it's so close to Vinery Road, it's unlikely that people would be using that space, but obviously each dwelling has its own private amenity space. The question from Councillor Poor regarding air source heat pumps, I can add an informative if you wish. There is a condition which was condition number 8. So the reason that condition is on there is obviously because of the air source heat pumps. An objection did raise an issue with the previous location of the air source heat pumps. I've worked collaboratively with the agent of the planning application to move those away from there, so it is obviously not impacting neighbours as much as was originally submitted. Bear with me. And regarding the windows at the rear, although, and sort of the roof form is, as you can sort of see from the CGI image, so it's got like a mixture. So it's got sort of these apex gable frontages at the front and then obviously gables at the rear, but it does have sort of a linked area within the middle, sort of connecting the properties. Although the dwellings are larger, it's very difficult to say. I don't know the exact figure off the top of my head, but I think it was roughly around about 30 centimetres or so. And although the property is taller, that is simply the ridge height getting higher rather than everything in the property getting taller. So from what was originally approved in 2017, the windows are in roughly the same location and that height. So there are windows on the rear. I'll just bring up the elevations for you, Chair. I did have some elevations on there, but they don't seem to be on there. But there are windows on the rear elevation back here that do face, but obviously officers have considered that the distance between the properties, I'll just bring up the location plan, the distance between the properties that would be here and those at Ross Street is a great enough distance so that it would not cause any overlooking or loss of privacy to those properties. I think that was all of the questions, Chair. Please remind me if there was any more.
Yeah, so just to be clear then, are you saying that that bit of roof in the middle that goes up a bit is just to chuck the water into the gutter? There's no habitable space inside it? Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Thornborough?
I think in the text of the report it refers to M42, but I'm not sure there's a condition about it. And also condition 18, there are the words insert in 2 of those locations to be completed.
Through you, Chair, yeah, well spotted, and we'd spotted that as well, so M42 will form part of the condition, and the insertions for that condition will be covered by officers.
Thank you for that then, Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, do we need an informative water use? Which I would reluctantly concede would be under 110 litres rather than 80. But I think I'd like to see an informative on water use, irrespective of whether it's 80 or 110. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And as I said before, these are 4 and 5 bed houses, and you might have noted they're bigger than the space standard minimum by quite a degree as well in this case too. Councillor Bennett?
If I could comment, the limit on water use is per person per day. So arguably, if you have a larger house with more occupants, you should be able to achieve a lower level because you're sharing things like dishwashing and washing machine use. And in fact, one of my party members is currently achieving 70 litres per day in her large family property.
Well done to that person. So back to you then, I think. Tom, if there's anything to answer there.
Sorry about that, Chair. No, obviously officers are happy to add the informatives regarding air source heat pumps and water efficiencies.
I do apologise. I had to start a text on my phone and I missed the whole thing. I'm sorry. I do apologise.
I was just confirming that officers could put on the informatives regarding air source heat pumps and water efficiency, if members so wish to do so.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. No one's arguing with us on that. Yeah, let's do that. Any more questions, councillors, or are we good? Right, okay, go to the vote then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So recommendation is set out on page 176. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers with the inclusion of a condition in relation to M42 and 2 additional informatives. 1 to encourage under 110 litres per person water usage, and 1 in relation to air source heat pumps. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. All those in favour of the recommendation to approve?
Unanimous, Chair.
Okay, yeah, so that item is approved. Thank you very much, councillors. So thank you, officers. So the next item is 145 Pern Road, item 12. Lawrence, hello, good afternoon. Thanks for coming in person. So when you're ready, Lawrence, get settled down for us. So Pern Road, I think we have a objector who sent in a statement and an agent who sent in a statement, as far as I can gather. So we'll do that after the presentation. So ready when you are, Lawrence.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Moore. Today I will be presenting the information pertaining to application reference 23/00199/FUL, which seeks the conversion of existing HMO to 4-number flats at 145 Pern Road. The proposed development is intended to be used by members of the community subject to health problems related to physical health problems, mental health problems, and those subject to autism or learning difficulties. And this consideration held significant weight within the inspector's decision to approve the previous scheme. The previous application was allowed at appeal following a refusal issued by a previous officer, and the current scheme proposes limited changes to the plans approved. The key changes include a loft conversion to the existing 2-storey rear extension to provide additional bed spaces at first floor. The external changes proposed include the addition of windows to the north and south elevations to serve the proposed habitable rooms at first floor. As shown on screen, there are no changes to the front and rear elevations proposed, with the approved elevations on screen and proposed elevations on screen. The side elevations shown on screen show limited changes when compared with the plans approved. The plans approved and the plans proposed. The changes include the addition of 4 windows in the wall of the south elevation, which are obscured, and 3 Velux windows in the south roof slope. The proposal also includes 2 Velux windows in the north elevation, which are to be obscured via condition. The inspector has already determined that the scale, massing, and design of the development is appropriate for the site with an appeal reference 21/00087/refusal. The proposed floor plans show the extent of the internal changes proposed, which include a loft conversion of the approved rear extension to allow for additional accommodation at first floor, bringing the maximum occupancy of flat 3 from a 2-bedroom, 3-person property to a 4-bedroom, 6-person property, which is considered a marginal increase in use compared with the approved scheme. The proposed development complies with space standards with regards to gross internal floor area and bedroom space, and the application will be subject to a condition requiring compliance with Building Regulations M42 to ensure that the development can be appropriately used by those it is intended to serve. There are no other internal changes. The approved block plan, shown on screen, has cycle parking and bin stores to the rear, and this approach to refuse/cycle parking provision has been retained as part of the current scheme. Whilst the storage of cycles and bins to the rear of the site is contrary to policy requirements, the location of bin and cycle stores is considered acceptable as they have already been approved by the inspector under appeal reference 21/00087/refusal. The photos shown on screen have been taken from the existing first floor rear-facing window of the host dwelling and show the full extent of the existing rear garden and neighbouring outbuilding. The presence of the outbuilding at the neighbouring property obscures any overlooking opportunities of residential amenity space which may be granted by the proposed south-facing Velux windows, and so there is not considered to be any loss of privacy or any further residential amenity impacts to neighbouring occupiers from the Velux windows proposed. The bird's eye view of the site obtained from Google Maps is shown on screen and shows the extent of the existing outbuilding, which shows that there are no primary amenity spaces which would be subject to a loss of privacy from the proposed development. The recommended conditions are outlined on screen. Given the previous approval issued by the inspector under appeal reference 21/00087/refusal and the limited changes externally or internally, the proposals are considered acceptable and are therefore recommended for approval. Councillors are reminded to carefully consider the previously approved scheme in consideration of this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Lawrence. James, sorry to interrupt you. Are you able to read out the things? Thanks. Yeah. When you're ready.
Statement from an objector, Mr. Yin Ron Lau. We object to the application based on the following grounds. Please note that we also objected to the previous application and continue to object to this development. This is a residential area, and changing the usage of the house to flats means that the number of people in this small area will dramatically increase. A total of 6 bedrooms, potentially each with a double bed, could mean up to 12 people at the property. We think this is overcrowding. We believed we were buying in a residential area with a standard residence next door. We did not expect that it would suddenly become a high-density area. 3 of the 4 entrances to the flats are at the side of the property adjoining our property, so the high volume of foot traffic ascending these flats at the side of our house is also a safety and security concern. The access area to these 3 flats shown on the document appears to be over the boundary to our property. The boundary line doesn't seem correct. It appears to be wiggly where the line, as per property deed, is a straight line. The substantial 2 storage extension will certainly block light into our property, which is not acceptable as per right to light, 2nd of January 2023. I then have another statement from the applicant. Consent was granted on appeal for the conversion of the above property at 145 Pern Road into 4 flats on 11th July 2022. The application being considered today is for some small amendments to this scheme. The overall size and massing of the building remains unchanged, along with the number of flats. Flat 3 to the rear now has a loft conversion with 5 Velux windows and 4 low-level slit windows. No changes have been made to the roof design. This has created a further 50 metres squared of floor area, and the flat has therefore changed from a 2-bedroom, 3-person to a 4-bed, 6-person. Minor alterations have also occurred to the ground floor doors and windows to facilitate this. We consider such minor amendment to the scheme should not give reason for any objection. Statement ends from the agent.
Thank you very much for reading out, James. So, councillors. Yes, Councillor Collins.
Thank you very much. So, the first thing to note is cycle parking again. It's at the rear, which is not great, as we've discussed exhaustively for the last application. I just wondered, because it hasn't changed from the application that was approved by the inspector, did the inspector comment on that at all? I couldn't see anything in the report. I just wondered if you had any more information about that, whether that's something that was picked up on at all when this application, or the previous application was granted on appeal. The other one is just in relation to the biodiversity condition, so condition 6. And again, as I said for the last application, it doesn't look like there's a number in here. Some do have 10% included in the condition, and I wondered if you had a view on whether that would be appropriate for this one, as well as whether it's appropriate to sort of mention off-site mitigation, or whether really this is, the net gain is achievable on site, which would be preferable, I think, for a lot of us. And if it's achievable on site, I don't see why we shouldn't condition it to be on site.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
I'm afraid I'm confused about the scheme because I'm trying to look at plans for as existing, as approved under appeal, and as now applied for. And I can't see, I'm looking at the online application as well as what's come in the pack. And I can't see the plans next to each other, so I'm confused.
Can you be a bit more specific so the officer can help with your confusion?
So what I'd really like to know is a plan as it was under appeal, as approved under appeal, versus what is proposed now, so that we can actually see the differences in plan and elevation. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Bora.
Thank you. I'd be grateful if the officer could confirm that the amenity space is now improved or not. I think it's similar, because I think there's 1 first floor terrace, 2 ground floor terraces, and 1 sort of little bit of space at the back, the flat floor, but there is also a shared garden, and how different that is from the previous one, although I do appreciate, because the inspector agreed it, we kind of got our hands tied behind our backs slightly. The other thing is, obviously, the cycle parking is not great. But I also take the point that the inspector agreed it, so we can't enforce a change. However, could we do something, an informative or condition to urge the developer to engage with officers to at least see if some cycle parking could be moved to the front? I'm less fussed about the bins, because people have to take their bins out, so you know, because I know we can't vote against it on the grounds of it because the inspector said they're fine at the back. But I would really like to see if we could perhaps encourage some kind of cycle parking in a slightly more convenient location, even if we can't enforce it. So I'll be grateful for officers' views on what might be possible.
We can do what we want. I mean, but, yeah, you know, the inspector's decision is a material planning consideration. So, yeah, but you can have an informative at the very least, I suppose, if you wanted to. So, let's think. Lawrence, at the start you talked about, I can't remember what the categories were now, but certain people would be using this accommodation, like autistic people. I'm not quite sure. If you could go over that again, that was a bit surprising. I didn't quite realise that was the case until you said it. And how will that happen? Is that going to be conditioned or whatever, or is that just what the applicant is saying? I'm not quite clear how that works out. And the applicant talked about this just being an amendment or amendments to the scheme. But as far as I can see, it's a new application on the table, isn't it? We've got in front of us, not amendments. So just to be clear on that. And this is a new application based on change of use from of existing HMO to 4 flats. So the change is to 4 flats in a similar way to the application that the inspector considered, but it is a new application that we're looking at. So, Lawrence, do you want to respond to that lot then, please?
Thank you, Chair. Starting with Councillor Carling, cycle parking to the rear. Inspector, if memory, hasn't commented on the cycle parking to the rear, but the scheme, as approved, did have cycle parking and bin storage to the rear. There's obviously going to be quite a considerable amount of cycle parking as well, which means we're going to result in quite a large storage unit if it was to be situated to the front. You have to remember that this is just from the front, currently appears just as your standard detached property along Pern Road. I hope that answers your questions on that front. With regards to the B&G condition, I made note of it within the previous officer's discussion with yourself, and I'm more than happy to make amendments on that front to adjust it to 10%. And whether it's deliverable on site, I believe it would be. It's got a large garden. From my notes, the garden, the shared amenity space is at around 160 square metres, so there's plenty of space for additional planting. Councillor Thornborough, the plans with regards to elevations, I can run through them now for you, if that would help. So we have the approved front and rear elevations on screen, and they're proposed. So approved and proposed. And with regards to the side elevations, approved and proposed. So as you can see, they're very limited changes with just the addition of windows and minor alterations to windows at ground floor. Just flick back to the approved and proposed. I hope that clarifies on that point. Please do say if you want to see some more information.
Well, I mean, Councillor Thornborough may be being polite, but it's not the best way to see a proposed, and you need to sort of see them side by side ideally. But I can see they're not much different from flicking between the two. Do you want to come back on that, Councillor Thornborough?
Yes, it's just the rear elevation, the rear extension has a very high. It has a very high roof. In the approved, yeah, that one. That's a very big roof. So so I guess you can. It's a very big roof to build on a single-story building. So anyway, I don't understand why they have the long slit windows. I don't know what that adds to the new accommodation, because that would be almost at floor level. And then you've got the Veluxes above. Yeah.
Can I interrupt a minute, councillor? So what's going on inside that space then? It appears on the face of it it's a single story, but is it actually got a mezzanine with a sleeping accommodation on the first floor there, or is it two-story anyway?
So the built form remains as approved, and the proposals are to go up within the rear extension approved to allow for additional bed spaces at first floor. The floor plans might be a tad more easier to understand on that front. So we have the first floor plans above, ground floor below. This is proposed, and this is approved. So previously there was no first floor within the rear extension approved, and they're now going up to provide additional bed space.
Yeah, so it's being squeezed in, isn't it? So I presume building control are going to be checking room heights and things, make sure it's all safe to live in, because it looks very tight.
The scheme was amended, as outlined within the officer report as well. The scheme was amended to reduce the presented gross internal floor area, as the agent and applicant hadn't originally considered the 1.5 metre limitation as outlined for gross internal floor area within policy 50 of the local plan. So this was amended, and bed spaces were in fact reduced to ensure that gross internal floor area and bed spaces were compliant with national space standards as outlined within policy 50.
And will we enforce that, or because it happens inside, will we have any say on that?
So again, that will be going through building control. As it's a residential property, it will be subject to that assessment.
Thanks for that. And just on another point, amenity space, where is it? Where does each flat have their amenity space outside, if any?
So we have the approved amenity spaces on screen. I can zoom in if that helps. So we have, this is as approved, and I'll just flip back to my notes so it's easier to understand for myself. So the private amenity space for flat 1 is at 6 metres. Private amenity space for flat 2 at 4 square metres. Private amenity space for flat 3 at 42 square metres. And private amenity space for flat 4 at 19 square metres. And then there is a communal amenity area of 160 square metres.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. And I presume you're happy with all of that, then you feel that's enough amenity space for them?
Myself as an officer?
Yeah, well, you're
as outlined within the local plan, amenity spaces to the rear need to be large enough to serve seating, table space for maximum occupancy. And if it's going to be a family unit, then there needs to be space for children to play. Seeing how there's a large community space available and private amenity spaces available, we believe that the residential amenity standards have been met.
Right, that's fine, Lawrence. So no one's putting their hands up. But going back to my other point, the bit you said at the start about people with autism, whatever it was you said, maybe you could go back to that slide. How's that going to work then? Is there going to be some condition or something? Or why was that said? And what's it all about?
So it's outlined within the submitted design and access statement that the development is intended for use by members of the community subject to health problems relating to physical health problems, mental health problems, and those subject to autism or learning difficulties. As stated within my presentation, this was given considerable weight within the inspector's decision, but no conditions were applied on that basis. If I could potentially refer to Toby or Keith on this one with regards to whether that's something that could be conditioned. But again, the development as approved was not subject to conditions as such. It's proposed to that effect, but unless I'd like to refer to managers on that point.
I mean, I'm not a planner, you're the officers, and just find that a bit perplexing, because I thought that properties were for potential future occupiers as well, so if they all have to be of a certain kind of person, then that needs to be conditioned, I suppose, I would presume. Toby?
Yes, so it was noted by the inspector. I'm not sure whether it was kind of given weight in favour of the development, but certainly no condition was put on with regard to the approval that the inspector gave. So it's just something, I think, for officers and members of the committee to note that it's the applicant's intention, but it's not something that we're seeking to control specifically through the grant of permission, and that aligns with the approach that the inspector took.
So you seem to be saying something different to the case officer there, Toby, because the case officer, I think, said that the inspector gave that quite a bit of weight. Is that, does it say that in his report, her report? Or does it not matter anyway? Toby, you speak if you...
So the inspector certainly refers to it on page 203, reasons. The proposal would convert the existing house and multiple occupation into extra care accommodation comprising 2 one-bedroom flats and 2 two-bedroom flats. It would be managed by a healthcare provider. To facilitate this, the existing building would be substantially extended. So he's just describing what the intention is of the developer, but the main issues, which are around living conditions and outdoor amenity space provision, were the ones that the inspector was tackling. I cannot see 13. Yes, you're quite right. I've missed that. I do apologise. Yeah. So paragraph 13, according to the evidence, the proposal will provide extra care accommodation for which there is an identified need in accordance with policy 47 of the Cambridge Local Plan. As a result, this consideration carries significant weight in favour of the appeal scheme. Apologies, I've missed that. But that being said, there was no condition by the inspector.
Well, I mean, that was the scheme put to the inspector. This is the scheme being put to us as well, I presume. You've put that on the table. So it seems to me, if that's what's being said, and especially as it's been argued, the inspector has supported that, and because of that, that we need a condition to deter. I don't know if we can have a condition. That doesn't seem like a reasonable. I mean, is it a reasonable condition to say what the applicant is saying back to them? Toby, I'm getting yes from officers, councillors, but
I guess it depends whether it would go to the kind of heart to whether or not it would sway you to kind of approve the development or not. I mean, it wasn't considered necessary by the inspector to impose on the permission that he or she gave. I think my advice would be to be consistent in terms of how the inspectors approached the issue, but it'd be for, if it were a significant issue for members, let me just have a look at the description of development.
Just to clarify, there was no mention of it in the description of development. The description of development stands as change of use of existing HMO to 4-number flats, including 2-storey rear extension and new bin and bike store. But the DNA statement, design and access statement, makes clear reference to the use of the property by less mobile and those subject to less mobile members of the community and those subject to autism or learning disabilities. But I would like to refer back to managers with regards to whether a condition could be available.
so as you can see, officers are discussing where we go with this. So we'll wait for them to come to a conclusion before we carry on.
So through you, Chair, in discussion with the Council's legal officer, I think we do have the capability to impose a condition on any consent to limit the use to that as described within the planning statement and as Lawrence has set out if members were so minded.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. This is relevant to this. I apologise for going in front of Councillor Thornborough. But I'm assuming that Unit 3 would be intended as a staff flat for living carers. Based on my very limited knowledge of this type of accommodation. So if we are going to condition the occupation, I think we do have to cover that aspect of it and ensure that we're not prohibiting any living carers from living in. Thank you very much.
Right, well, that's a very good point. And at that point, although it pains me to say it, it might be appropriate to defer the item for the applicant to come forward with information about how this accommodation is to be used, because if that is the case, then we don't know how to condition it, do we? If we don't know what's being used for what, if only one of them is, or three of them has been used for accommodation for people with disabilities and one isn't, we'd need to know. Councillor Thornborough.
No, yes, this is sort of, there are 6 people, there are 6 bed spaces in flat 3. So again, I think the conversation that you've just had jumps over what I was saying, because I felt that was actually verging on a house and multiple occupancy if it wasn't, basically we have family homes. This is not a family home, this is almost like a medical facility, which is what you're talking about.
Yep, Councillor Porter.
I mean, the inspector refers to policy 47, identifying needs. I'm guessing that's talking about supported living. So I would hope that condition could just incorporate that, because in effect, so my understanding of that is separate from like a Class E thing, isn't it? So we're not saying they couldn't come back and ask to change it to an HMO for just people who don't have any additional needs. It would just need to come back to us. But I, personally would strongly support condition, because I give this weight. I'm not particularly comfortable with it, but it went through on appeal. But as Councillor Thornborough says, this is a particular use, it is an HMO, but in effect, I think the assumption is there will be support staff perhaps living in with someone, or because they've all got ensuite bathrooms. So I would really like us to have a condition that basically asks it to comply with policy 47, which I'm assuming is about care, home and additional needs, rather than defer. Or allow officers to come back to Vice Chair, Chair and Spokes with a revised condition, because we can always put it back to committee if we're not happy with it.
Councillor Bajan.
Don't see much point in deferring it, Chair. If it's going to be used for purposes of care, then the fact that there's carers living there are for the purposes of care.
I don't understand, but you're saying we didn't need to defer it.
Well, we need to condition it, yes, but we don't need to defer it, no, because that would be clear that people that were looking after the people or helping the people that were living there, that would be for the purposes of it, what it's been stated as.
Well, we can all work together on this. I'm just concerned that the applicant has got a decision from the inspector based on a particular use of this accommodation that I'm not convinced they are going to use it for. And if we then go along with that inspector decision and make the similar decision on this application on the table, then we too will be making a decision based on information that's limited. I'm not sure that we've got the information we need. So, what is a special need? They've listed, it has some needs listed, like autism, but other needs could fall into us. We've not got a condition that could categorise the thing that we're talking about here.
Chair, through you, my personal view on this is that it is safer and fairer for the applicant in terms of how we treat this, to follow the inspector's lead. There is an existing consent that was allowed on appeal in 2022 that could be implemented without these controls. So, the applicant could see the provision of additional conditions to control the use as unreasonable in that light. As I said, it's within the remit of committee to append such a condition if they were to do so, and that would control the uses as set out by Larry, but just to be clear, the officer position is that such a condition isn't necessary in light of the inspector's decision notice.
Okay, thanks, Toby. So Larry is Lawrence, the officer in front of us today, and that's what officers are recommending members. So members, how do you feel about that? Do you want to go for a condition or not? Councillor Power.
But I suppose, sorry Toby, to disagree slightly. They're asking for 2 extra bedrooms though. And for me that, you know, before it was some smaller flats, they're asking for quite a big change. I know it's not a material change in terms of scale and massing, but actually in terms of usage of the site and what that could be used for if we don't condition it, I would say it is reasonable, given that it's clear in their design and access statement, given that it's clear in the inspector's decision, that the applicant, I'm sure, is very honest and doesn't want to change it, but the point is it could be sold on in future. And again, I'm not saying they couldn't change it, they just need to come back for permission. So I would say it is reasonable, because going from a ground floor 2-bed to a large 2-storey 4-bed does, for me, mean that the use holds some weight, because I'm more confident if it's a managed health facility with support for residents and possibly carers living in, that is more justified for me than if it were to come forward just as an HMO. And it is in the design and access statement, and it is mentioned by the inspector, so I would support condition. I apologise if no one else would, but I would.
Apologise, it's fine. But the thing is that also this managed care facility, I mean, is that a change of use in a residential area? I'm not clear about that at all. Toby or Lawrence?
So I think it really depends on the extent of kind of care, and provided we don't have that information, you know, so if we were to consider that it was kind of beyond what we'd granted in terms of its subsequent use, we'd have to invite a further application, but we have to deal with it on the face of what is proposed that could well be within, you know, the C3 use class that we'd be looking to grant.
Councillor Thornborough?
Yeah, it's about consultation. If the consultation description is just for 4 flats, and if it's it's a kind of health institution, it's not been advertised, and I'm a bit concerned about that. Yeah.
Good point. Councillor Bennett.
Apologies for my poor knowledge, but I'm not clear as to whether Unit 3 is an HMO in its own right.
Want an answer to that, or are you just perusing?
I'm just logging it as a sort of another lack of clarity. I don't think we have an answer to that.
Lawrence,
Just to touch on that front, the application seeks the creation of flats, not the creation of a HMO. The description of development states the creation of flats, not the creation of a HMO. And given that we approve houses or flats quite often here within this committee and within this authority, that question isn't often raised if a flat is above 2 or 3 bedrooms. Now, I understand that there's been, well, I've got further information here from the design access statement if councillors would like it read out.
Yep, good.
Our client wishes to provide supported living housing in Cambridge. The people living at these flats will be from the following categories referred via the social services: physically disabled, learning disability, and autistic and mental health problems. The residents range from mild to complex care needs. Such service will be provided by Charamel Healthcare Limited, who are approved providers in care within Cambridge and Peterborough. Charamel Healthcare Limited is monitored by local social services and Care Quality Commission. Our client will be providing comfortable and safe accommodation in what is considered to be a homely environment. The care provided reflects the needs of each individual resident, and every effort is made to provide support, security and care whilst nurturing development and independence. As a registered supported living home, it is required to meet all standards of the Care Quality Commission and endeavours to do so.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Thornborough?
It does seem that this is a business that is being provided. A business is being run here to provide care facility. Therefore, then it's not domestic, and therefore it's a change of use, isn't it? Or has that already been implied by the appeal? But it's not included in the description, which residents have a right to know and understand.
In response to that question, Councillor, the intended use is as approved by the inspector. I think it would be risky deciding on anti on that front, seeing how the previous appeal was allowed. In addition to that, I'm sure there are many people across Cambridgeshire who are less mobile or subject to learning disabilities or autistic and mental health problems who receive care within their own homes, and that does not constitute a change of use on that front. So I think it's fair enough to say that a property intended for use by those who are physically disabled, subject to learning disabilities, autistic and mental health problems, can have a place to live which is directly applicable to them, M42 compliant, to make sure that access is provided. And on that front, I have recommended approval on that basis, and I'm from the information provided and from the inspector's decision, I don't think it's safe to go in another direction. But on that front, the condition wasn't applied by the inspector. They could carry on and do the scheme, the previously approved scheme, without the first floor element in the rear extension. But seeing how it's a marginal increase in use, and in addition to that, we do have families where not every member of the family is subject to disabilities. They should still deserve a place to live, in my personal and professional opinion. But if Toby wants to touch on that note, I'd appreciate that. But I think I've explained that to any point I really can.
Yeah, no, that's very useful, Lawrence. Thank you. Councillor Bennett, you've got lived experience of disability. You're something of our local expert on disability. What's your take on this?
The problem is disability is such a wide subject. I have experienced my own disability of family members I've cared for and of residents I've supported, but it doesn't turn me into a specialist or an occupational therapist. So I have to say I'm as puzzled as the rest of you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you don't mind me asking. I just thought it might be useful. But I think we've heard two good arguments from Councillor Thornborough and, in fact, from the case officer, both contradicting one another. I'm not quite sure where to go, really. I suppose the plan is we can either go along with the inspector, and I don't see the point in having a condition, really, if we go along with the inspector, or we can defer it, in which case that would be reasonable, and it will come back. But I'm not quite sure whether the situation is going to be changed when it comes back, unless we get some significant more information, because we've talked it through quite a lot, haven't we, Councillor Thornborough?
I think the case officer gave a very good scenario where you can have, in any domestic home, you can have all sorts of people living as a family or as a kind of family unit, whatever that really is, but with all sorts of disabilities, hidden disabilities, and that's just part of life. So, but this was described as somewhere for people with hidden disabilities and support of this. If we don't condition it, then it could be that that it actually changes over time, and that these become just ad hoc normal residential units. And I mean, would we object to that, basically?
Yeah, Toby?
So I guess the question is, if you don't condition it, what's the problem with granting it? What's the harm? It's an additional benefit to the community if the use as described does carry out. If it doesn't, it's still acceptable. I suggest we vote on the condition issue, Chair, and move the item forward.
Okay, all those in favour of a condition that basically says what the applicant has said to us in that list of people that might use the accommodation, something along those lines, is that okay? So, are you voting, or are you just... Yeah, all those in favour of that condition?
I support that.
Against? Abstention? Sorry, against?
Two
Okay,
against.
so that's carried. We have a condition. Do we still want to talk about deferring, or are we happy to go forward with that now? Okay, that's it then. So I think we can go to the vote now then, can't we? With that condition in place?
Do you want the condition to come back, or are we delegating to officers? I don't really
Yeah,
mind.
invite, yeah, come back. Thank you, councillor Porro. So come back to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, yeah.
Okay, Chair, so the recommendation set out on page 198 of the officer report, that is to approve the planning proposals subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers with the addition of a condition in relation to the intended use of the property to be agreed through Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, with the amendment to the BNG condition, biodiversity condition, to allow for a 10% target, and with the addition of an informative in relation to the encouragement of cycle parking to the front of the property where possible. And N42 condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That looks unanimous, Chair.
Okay, the item is approved. Thank you very much, councillors. So we've got one more to go now then. Might as well do that straight away, I think. It's 5 o'clock. So restricted item. Oh, okay, 5-minute break then. So welcome back after a short break. Now it's the last item of the day, which is item 15, Alston Croft. So this item is recommended to be a confidential item. So I think, Toby, you're going to explain why.
Thanks, Chair. So the report relates to an item during which the public is to be excluded from the meeting by virtue of paragraph 5 of part 1 of schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 and relates to live appeal proceedings in relation to the Alston Croft appeal that members of the committee and officers need to consider in private session. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. And I have asked previously in the Chair's briefing if there is any way that this item can be held in public, but it's not the case. So, the decision for that comes down to us, councillors, so we need to vote now on making this a confidential item. So all those in favour of making it a confidential item?
That's unanimous.
Okay, so in that case, can you take us offline then, please, Chris?